What up, my boys? Are you ready to go to war for Moloch? Are you ready? Y'all ready to destroy the world for Moloch? And the Armageddon that's coming to bring Jeebus back? Are we all ready to give our lives up for Israel? I certainly am. There's nothing I'm more excited about than giving up my life for Israel. Woo! Anyway, what's up, boys? How's everyone doing? Oh, we're watching that whole motherfucking Mind Unveiled today. Yeah, it's happening. He somewhat mentions Wag the dog. Yo, let's go. All right, here, let's we got a bunch of little TikTok and Instagram clips to get through, and then we're gonna frickin' watch a bunch of Mind Unveiled. Did you guys see how long that video is? It's 3 hours, 33 minutes, and 33 seconds, and he released it on March 3rd. Operation APAC Felonies. Hell yeah, dudes. All right, turn your top chats to live chats, and let's get this frickin' show on the road, right? Here we go, boys. Get in. Ooh. Tim and Paul. We love both of them all.
Pull the soul from a face without giving sources away. Bored of the basics, sick of Freemasons.
All right, gonna go feed squeaks, BRB, and then we're getting started. We got a lot to do, boys. No fooling around. No distractions.
Floral arrangements. Hold up, I'm still chained to the floor of my basement. Killer's my safe word. I was born yesterday into a world that's ancient. Whoever most abrasive is taking the cake. They make you behave and say praise for their bracelet. Word to the ankle monitor. I barely made it 7 whole days. Ego in chains, a slave to being celebrated. Of course I'll never make it. I'm a force that's delegated. More safe in a world full of strangers. Now I'll be a good boy after being warned and regulated. Even if the blade is jagged, you better get it straight and better never face it. Kill time bombs when it's minutes away. Taste how the minute made. There is no getaway when every day we left to just dig a grave. It's like center stage is a cage that we just can't escape. When will I break? How am I still awake when they'll do anything to fill a face with pillowcase? Terrorism or heroism when we start murdering billionaires that build the burgers, turn politicians into some build-a-bears. Since the
dude, fucking Black Death goes so hard there. When we start murdering billionaires.
Theodore's presidency made, there is no getaway when every day we left to just dig a grave. It's like center stage is a cage that we just can't escape. When will I break? How am I still awake when they'll do anything to fill a face with pillowcase? Terrorism or heroism when we start murdering billionaires that build the burgers, turn politicians into some build-a-bears. Since Theodore's presidency, they've been all sleeping with Teddy. It's deadly until the American dream is just Freddy. A cheap way to pretend they're eating your head is reheating spaghetti. They all in bed with the horse, but me, I still sleep with machetes. Ain't no keeping it friendly in a feeding frenzy. I'm eating everything after the stomach's been feeling empty. It's in our nature to besiege the enemy. Y'all looking like 100 curves to a sports car. Got me hugging curves like a sports bra. Black hole on a world tour till it's tore off. They fighting wars for gold stars and sure shots. The war is on as soon as you hear the Fort Knox. Billionaires don't share the same issues. We cry tears in their brain tissues. Wait, let me share my pain with you. Opening scene of Final Destination 2. Log truck about the lane switch you. Holy water in the super soaker. Spray and pray until the spray missed you. Pros at grilling chicken. Let's fill the air with pain. Artist that thinks of a million things to paint. Every time a billionaire complains, but still I wear the shame. Mandela effect. Berenstein bear the blame. You have to have something here to compare to change. Sacred spores, spinning stories sent from stellar skies. Sun speaking sermons, see the signals behind our closed eyes. Silhouettes of serpents, circle secrets in the stone. I'm sifting through the sands of time to set the spirit back to home. I'm sitting here doom scrolling, satellites surveilling sacred scenes. Step inside the stream, see the soul between the screens. Stillness in the syntax, revealing the symmetry and signs. Synesthesia sparkling, system stored beyond the mind. How designed. Seeker saga spiraling, something is set to shift. The shadow self surfacing, surfing to find the solar gift. Symbol sing in silence, scribed in statue, sky and skin. Admire your sovereign self, standing where the storm used to spin. We're scripting sacred sciences and summoning the source. Your soul's a simulation set to steer the spiral's course. Fuck all this alliteration, I sound like a soothsaying horse, speaking parcel tongue to idiots, selling snake oil to snuff the hordes. Here, drink this, it'll make you super brave and help you hide your pain. Just a little meth pick me up to soothe Marco's drug addled brain. The kids aren't alright and your job's to keep it that way. And if you're a good little boy, we'll make sure to hit the fucking vein. What's at stake besides Trump stakes? I'm taking tickets and bouncing nitwits. I'm itching to give the Lizzie some stones and some fucking stitches, but I see the apple sitting at the end of the Garden of Eden. It's our consciousness as one while we just sit and breathe in. Whew. I need to catch my breath. Hold on. We back at it, boys. Don't give them a moment's rest to catch their breath. We cracking heads like ice and keeping our boots on their necks. Hey, Kathy. Hey, Paul. Do I have your attention now? McVeigh's in Plato's cave with Elvis reading Goodnight Moon out loud. Maybe to his clone or nephew, Tyler Hansen, the fittest fed earther. Or maybe Kathy's grandkid, Colton, could be the same fucking person. But what do I know? I'm just a conspiracy theorist, as you'd say. But why does it feel like you want to cover up the connection between your friend Paul Wysopal and Timothy McVeigh, Kathy? Why you always running offense for Paul Wysopal?
He's a cuck. He's a stupid cuck.
As a grandmother of 2 murdered children, you're really doing a lot of work for Timothy McVeigh.
Free work.
You always say that you saw him die, but I don't know, man.
Liar.
Feels like you might have seen American democracy die and you've said nothing, bro.
No,
So,
she flicked the bean. She was flicking the bean to the American democracy dying.
Star? We gotta know that too, because you know, they're connected to the Freemasons and stuff. That would make a whole lot of sense. All right, but what do I know? This is just a little bit of a locker room talk. Bye.
All right, dudes, welcome to the frickin' show. What's up? How's your World War III going? How is everybody? Y'all ready to be cattle? Y'all ready to be slaves in the new order? The new world order? Hey, you know what's better than working for menial wages and shitty life? Working for free and having even less of a life. Honestly, what if we just worked every day for Mark Zuckerberg and Bill Gates? Right? You know what I mean? Why do we have these 2 days off? Why not just work every day? We already have such a good deal with 2 days out of 7 off. What if we had 0 out of 7 off? Imagine how much more productive we'd all be. That's 2 more work days, bro. Like, I don't know. Just seems like everyone in my generation's just phoning it in. They don't even care. They don't even care about the GDP, bro. Lazy bones? I don't know. That's just me. I think that we should have 0 days off and 7 days working, but I'm a baller. I'm a grinder. I be grinding. But yeah, what's up, boys? Everybody doing good? I got my hard drives ejected. I got 20 gigabytes of space open on my computer. So we should have about 4 by the time we're done. Let's fucking go, dude. We can't be stopped. We're WWE3 maxing, dude. We're World War III maxing, boys. It's the only option. All right, we got a bunch of little tabbies to crack through before we get to Mind Unveiled. Okay, here we go. No slowing down. Ready?
To do your job. You get paid not to riot. They pay you. You don't get paid to do your job. You get paid not to riot. They pay you just before riot. I started working on this bit a long time ago, and I did not finish it in a way that's worth it. Maybe I'll get there one day. But I'm like, you don't get paid to do your job. You get paid not to riot. They pay you just before riot.
Yes, but
if they paid you any less, you'd riot, and they know that. So they're like, because you got to remember, especially in the U.S., we did have slavery. And they've slowly been trying to get back.
They want it.
As soon as they lost it, they were like, that was some good stuff. That's crazy.
That was the fucking shit, boys. Wait, we got away with it for so many hundreds of years. We just fucking made people work for us for free. And then we got to rape them and their children. And then we lost it, boys. What if we got it back? What if we get it back? And they're all like, yeah. Slaves.
It's like having antimanium in the in Black Panther.
But, I think we're way past the point of all of these people need to die. I'm sorry, fucking everybody who's in charge of everything needs to die. I don't care how that happens, but they need to die. They do. There's no reforming anymore. I don't care. We don't have time for reform. Sorry.
And so it's like, imagine they took all of it away.
And fan fiction wise, obviously, it's not like I'm gonna go kill anyone.
I use regular metal now, and you're like, guys, I'm getting shot. Like this is it's getting through, right? So now I'm coming from a place of like, I understand that even if we're not even gonna get conspiratorial with it, right? Even in the way that we say,
Nekomesha, it's your birthday too. Let's fucking go, dude. 2 birthdays. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Parker and Nekomesha. Happy birthday to you. Hope you guys are having a good day. Nekomesha, we are definitely, it's not going to be, I mean, it is always high vibes, but we are definitely going to be talking about the troubles, okay? Just fair warning.
Left and right works as a function to keep us at the tug of war and the middle of the rope in the middle, because the fact that it can't be lost on us that somehow every
LC Joe said, I never understood, why does anyone need 2 days off? I know, dude. How about 0? Oh, I don't have a house. Oh, I can't afford to have coffee. Oh, I can't afford food. Oh, my kids haven't gone to the doctor. Have you ever tried working every single day and working multiple jobs? Oh, you don't work 7 days a week? Well, you don't deserve food. You honestly deserve to die.
One, as in one person, is a full representative of the right, and every one person, just one person, is a full representative of the left.
Yeah.
So, based on algorithms, after something happens, whatever you want to picture, you are by algorithm and by who you've chosen to follow either served contempt or compassion.
Yeah.
And you are served contempt or compassion, as in that is the way it is. This is your window into the internet, and your window is
6 CIA Pauls were gently knocked into the next life by drone strike confirmed. Dude, I don't know. I mean, I kind of believe the other reports that there's over 500 Americans dead. Do we really think that? I mean, dude, Iran gets hit, right? They fucking start bombing Tehran. They kill their leader, and then Iran goes, oh, okay, bet. And then they literally do fucking strikes on every base surrounding them, and they're 5 people died. Fuck you. No chance. No fucking shot, bro. I saw a video of 6 fucking warships getting blown up in Bahrain or some shit. Well, there's no one on them? Sure. Dude, right? I mean, for sure, 5 people at least. There's no way it's 5 though. Or 6. I'm surprised they didn't give us 6, 7. There's conflicting reports of either 6 or 7 Marines dying, and every kid in their living room, 6, 7, talking about dead terrorists. No, that's not fair. They're all just 18-year-old kids who literally are still children, and they're just doing what they're told, for the most part.
It's wrong, but it's not the full picture.
But we, as America, we are the terrorists, for sure. So, the army is the terrorists.
Then you'll say, everyone on the left is doing this, everyone on the right is doing this. And then someone who argues with you, they saw a different mix. They saw a different cocktail of compassion and contempt. So now they are being like, no, that's not happening. This is what's happening. Both are happening. Everyone is everything. You can have QAnon or Blue Anon or whatever, and I'm not making like false equivalencies. I'm just saying that like we're all capable.
Yeah, I love Josh too.
Of like everything. That's what makes a person a person. You don't get paid.
Josh is a good thinker. Oh, I think this is the video that you guys were asking me about last stream.
Sam Altman, a friend of the show, creepy Sith
friend of the show.
Lord Sam Altman. I hate that a lot of these people are gay, by the way. It bothers me.
Interesting, isn't it? Even fucking Tim Dillon. Tim Dillon's gay too, you guys know. Tim clocking this is very interesting, since we know that we are being completely destroyed by evil gays. How did this happen, boys? I thought all the gays that were just whining about fucking getting married to each other, doing gay marriage. I thought they just wanted to get gay married to everyone. No, they wanted to do the New World Order. We should have never given them Prop 8 or whatever, right? Once they get married, then they say, oh, well, we just want to do what the other white men have been doing forever. We're going to do evil gay shit. And look, now Tehran is being obliterated. Like, there's no way Netanyahu has ever seen a vagina, right? He's got to be gay as fuck. He's the gayest one out of all of them. What is it with being gay and wanting to destroy the world? Everyone's got to let me know. I'm kidding, everyone. Kind of, not really, though.
Because as a gay person, I go, well, this doesn't...
The big gay New Deal. Oh, man. Is Alex Crap gay? He's got to be, right? Why are they all gay? What is going on?
Make me look great, although me and Sam Altman don't really have tons in common. Here is Sam Altman talking about...
Peter Thiel sees a vagina every time he looks in the mirror. Dude, that is so fucking unkind to vaginas, Aunt Deb.
Training a human being, which is called life, by the way, we can kind of start to think about eliminating. If we start to think about how to eliminate the process by which we instill character and skills and help people realize their talent, if we get rid of that process and we just put a bunch of AI data centers in...
Oh, is that why they don't want people to be gay? Is because gay being... Well, wait. You're saying gay equals black magic powers? Oh.
The middle of the desert and soak up the world's energy, we can end life on Earth very quickly. Sam Altman.
One of the things that is always unfair in this comparison is people talk about how much energy it takes to...
the Grove made them gay. Well, that's what president was it? He said he said the Bohemian Grove was a little FAGGY. It wasn't Nixon, was it? No, who said it? It was... Who was before Nixon? No, that was Ford, wasn't it? Or was he after? I forget the order. Nixon said it. He said it.
Train an AI model.
Yeah, I think it's that. All gay people are magic. If you suppress your gayness, you get gay evil magic. But if you're openly gay, it's beneficial magic. Yeah, I think that's the whole thing. I think more is that they're like hiding, they're suppressing it and overcompensating. So they're trying to be super macho war hawks to combat them being gay and being insecure about it, right? And yeah, they're all just yearning for daddy's attention. I agree.
Relative to how much it costs a human to do one inference query. But it also takes a lot of energy to train a human. It takes like 20 years of life and all of the food you eat during that time before you get smart. And not only that, it took like the very widespread evolution of the 100 billion people that have ever lived and learned not to get eaten by predators and learned how to like figure out science and whatever to produce you. And then you took whatever you.
So here's what's going on. I don't want to scare anyone. These people all believe that they are communicating with some ancient Sumerian deity. I know this I have kind of sources on this.
Dude, they literally believe that. They think that the AI that they're like bringing into the world is a demon. Legit. This whole thing is a spiritual, we've been saying it is the whole fucking thing, right? It's a spiritual war. They're literally doing all of this Iran shit to bring Jesus back. Supposedly. It's not a joke. That's literally what the top people who are deciding what's going on, they think that they are going to bring Jesus back by doing this. And then they're going to convert all the Jews. What a way to go about converting a bunch of people, right?
They believe they really do. They believe I'm
going to show you my God's love with this bomb.
Communicating with super intelligence, and they do believe, and he just said it out loud, by the way. He literally just said, he was like, the 100 million years of evolution, all of the 20 years of life, they have all led to this.
Your mom's been married to a woman for 20 years. Is she using her gay powers for good or evil? We got to know.
Point. And this point is when...
Yeah, anyone can be an asshole, gay or not. True.
We are going
It is funny. I mean, just statistically, I don't know that if all of the evil people that we see... Like, I'm not saying that being gay makes you... Wait, being evil makes you gay. I'm saying, why are these... I mean, they're being selected because it's a blackmail technique, right? I mean, Peter Thiel... 20 years ago, it wasn't okay to be outed as gay. Like, that's what Peter Thiel's whole thing with Gawker was. Not even 20 years ago. Fucking 15, 10, 12. You know what I mean? But yeah, I mean, they're definitely selecting people that they can hold this over their head. I mean, look, Diddy, it's all the musicians. I don't know if they're all gay, but they're definitely doing gay shit to reach their fame, their stardom. It's just interesting. Everyone is bi. True.
Give birth, as I've said on the show before, because this is their main...
I'm only half gay. I'm bi. Hell yeah, dude.
...goal to the AI demon. They want to give birth to the AI demon, the super intelligent AI.
Okay, so she only uses her gay powers for slight evil. That's fine. That's just normal person shit.
Who is then going to run the planet and decide who stays, who goes, who's necessary, who's not. They're pretty open about that. Here it is. Sam Altman, a friend of the show, creepy Sith Lord.
Yeah, dude. So anyway, they're bringing Baal and Moloch in. Isn't that cool? All right, here we go. This is so funny.
Donald Trump, a calm little 8 grams of mushrooms. Can we slip Donald Trump a calm little 8 grams of mushrooms? I think he might need a little factory reset. Can we slip Donald Trump a calm little 8 grams of mushrooms? I think he might need a little factory reset. Can we slip
I had a very straight ex that wouldn't let me stick my finger up his butt again because it felt too good. LOL. Not their fault. That's where their G-spot is. He said, never again. That will turn me gay. All right, here we go. This is this
Damn, it's almost like I predicted this exact outcome a couple months ago.
Venezuela is also one of the only countries that doesn't have a Jewish-run global centralized bank, but that might change here very soon. Also, this is setting conditions to invade and attack Iran. Why? Because of the Strait of Hormuz. You people don't understand what this is because you're just a bunch of Instagram thumb scrollers. The Strait of Hormuz produces 20% of all global oil. Okay, if we were to attack Iran, that would instantly skyrocket the price of oil globally. But if we have access to a country that has the world's largest oil reserves, i.e. Venezuela, then we can go for it because we don't have to worry about...
Black Death said that this is going to bring Jesus. Honestly, it might bring Jesus back. I agree. It's going to work, but they're not going to like angry Jesus. I hope they're right. And they do bring Jesus back because, bro, he will come down and smite them all. If this bitch is real, like all these little fucking cucks been saying, oh, Jesus is coming. Well, when? TikTok. I don't have time anymore. I'm sick of waiting. So if he's coming, step 2, bitch, okay? And that's a loving bitch, you know? If Jesus is the real homie, he would laugh at that. So don't get your panties in a twist. But if that bitch comes, he better smite all these motherfuckers and vaporize them all with a snap. Thanos snap these bitches. Yeah, I mean, Jesus certainly is not going to save these Jews. The ones doing all this shit? No. Like, what the fuck, man? Jesus is going to be like, you guys thought I said what? What the fuck? You thought I said do a Zionism? You thought I literally said, I went and flipped tables in churches. You thought I said go steal my ancestors' land with bombs? How did you how was this lost in translation? I literally wrote it all down. I gave it to John and Paul. I wrote everything with non-metaphorical language. He's like, I wrote exact ways for you to reach your inner Christ consciousness. And the guy goes, no, you're Jesus Christ. He said, what? No, I'm Jesus who has Christ consciousness. They said, no, you're Jesus Christ. He goes, oh my fucking God, dude. What the oh yeah, Jesus never married. He's gay. So he's one of the good ones. Maybe that's what it is. Jesus was a super powerful good gay, and they got to have 1 million bad gays to combat Jesus's gayness. Right? That makes sense to me, honestly. But yeah, Jesus is going to be pissed when he comes. I swear to God, dude. How could I have been any clearer? He's like, I literally Xeroxed a bunch of copies. I went to fucking Kinko's and I gave one to John. I gave one to Judas. I gave one to Paul. I gave one to fucking, who are the other ones? Job. I gave one to the lizards. I even gave one to our enemies, the fucking lizards. I said, please don't retranslate this. I already put it in every language. I'm Jesus. I anticipated Chinese, okay? Chinese was probably in existence by then. But, yeah, dude, Jesus is going to be pissed. And I'm here for it, honestly. I know Jesus is on our side. If he is not a cuck. But, I don't know, man. Leaving all of us here with this bullshit and going and peacing out on a little vacation? That's cuck shit. Just saying.
Iran inflating the prices anymore because we have all this oil in Venezuela. That's what's going on.
Breaking. The Strait of Hormuz is effectively closed. Iran has just handed the entire global economy a bill. Oil just jumped 12% in hours. That's just the beginning. It's crazy. I could tell you guys how vindicated I am by this. I could tell you how I told you so, but I'm not going to do that. I'm just going to say this is what happens when you remove emotional bias out of the equation and just use logic and reasoning and simple pattern recognition and just turn your damn brain on.
He was like Mary was running the church after I left. She was going to lead everyone to salvation. What the fuck happened? What happened to Queen Mary? Y'all respect women still, right? Jesus is in for a rude awakening. He's like, how did this all happen under the divine feminine that was the matriarchy that was ruling this entire realm? Every indigenous culture was matriarchal. How did all of this violence happen? A couple patriarchies sprung up? Jesus, sit down. What if I told you the entire world hates women? He's like, they literally create life. What are you talking about? Men can't create life. And they go, yeah, that's the whole thing. All these lizards, they're jealous. And they also kind of changed. They did all the things you asked them not to do. They changed all the words in your little book, your manuscript. They did gay shit with Paul and John to trick, to blackmail them into being cucks. Yeah, shit really hit the fan after you left, bro. Jesus is like, all right, boys, let's get to work. Where are these cucks now? Israel? Okay. Guess we're raining hellfire down on them.
I gotta do. But I still have people, thousands of people that unfollowed me for my take on Venezuela.
Yeah, and Jesus was like, I mean, what's all this cuck shit for? Because you guys are charging everyone high gas prices like I asked, right? That was my one thing. I was like, everyone do communal love, love thy neighbor. Also, make sure Exxon's got a big fucking nest egg, okay? You pay whatever Exxon wants and BP. Jesus is still a capitalist at heart, baby. He's got to make that bread.
And what happened with that, which nobody's talking about, we all forgot about it, right? But I told you, this was conditions set.
Yeah, what if they 9/11'd Jesus? What if, man? That would be crazy.
To hit Iran. What happened? Ooh, we attacked Iran. Damn, it's almost like I...
Oh my fuck. Did you guys see this shit? This Marine literally got his arm broken by a senator. This is the type of shit that I really hate watching. When people break arms and break bones and shit, ugh, my mirror neurons be firing. But this is crazy. This is like, dude, all these little 18-year-old brain-broken children that are going to fight this rich man's war, this is how they treat you in 20 years, just saying.
Israel is the reason for this war. America does not want to fight this war for Israel. Let's go. Come on, let's go. America does not want to send its sons and daughters to war for Israel. Your inability to name...
Like, dude, this is crazy. Like, he's in uniform too. They should just be thinking just on optics. This is horrible. What are we doing here? Also, how many men does it take to move this one guy? These little children be looking bitch made. Little Aryan super soldier here. This must be one of Kathy Sanders' other grandchildren, besides Tyler Hansen.
As leaders, this is wrong. No. And nobody wants to fight for Israel.
This is wild, bro. Look at these fucking mongrels. Isn't this crazy? Weak pussies.
Just a reminder to all of our
Dude, honestly, kick this fucking cop in the head. Both of them.
As a Marine.
Oh, Marbly, we watching that in a minute. Don't worry. Okay, look. His hand gets trapped in this fucking door, and the senator walks up and yanks on him and breaks his fucking arm.
For America.
I can't. I don't want to watch it again.
No one wants to fight for Israel. Oh my God. Oh my God.
He doesn't even say anything. To be fair, when I broke my arm, I didn't realize I broke it for like an hour. I thought I popped it out of my shoulder and I kept trying to put it back in, but it was broken in 3 places. I didn't really feel the pain until an hour later.
Sir, thank you for your service.
This is the senator. He's the one who yoinked on it and fucking pulled and broke it. His wrist was like locked in there. I think he broke right here. The door shut and pinned his fucking wrist, and then they pulled his fucking arm through the hole. Amazing. Thank you for your service.
Senator broke his hand.
He's a Marine. Somebody come help him.
Control your Senate committee.
Look at you guys. You're robots.
Look at them. Meat more. All these people are going to get a fucking military tribunal. They're going to meet a fucking firing squad. Just saying.
You won't even
Treasonous rats.
look back. Look at you guys. You're like robots. Oh my God, what is happening? And you're not even looking back. Any of you 4-star generals. Oh my God, what is happening right now?
Pussies.
I hurt robots.
Yeah, no one fucking helps. Crazy.
Shame. Shame.
Holy shit, dude. Jesus is gonna be so pissed.
Oh my God, you guys.
Everybody sit
What
down.
did I just see? I'm getting out of here.
That's fine. Everybody sit down,
That's
please.
Oh my
fine.
God, what is
That's all.
happening?
Okay, good.
That's
No, it's
fine.
not.
What?
Oh my God.
It's disgusting.
Oh my God, you guys.
Sorry, is that hair? Can you open it up a little bit just to like change the gap? Hey guys, clear the hallways.
Out.
Clear the hallways.
Out.
Clear the hallways. Please. Clear the hallways, please.
Can you help him, please?
Yes, yes. All the places going there. Please clear the hallways.
Oh my God, what happened? His hand got totally smashed. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh.
Why are you here?
Why are you getting arrested?
From the halls of Montezuma to the shores of Tripoli, Palestine will be free.
Fuck yeah,
What about this
bitch.
war in Iran?
Oh my God.
His arm.
Ah, fuck, my arm is fucking broke, bro.
What can I do to him?
My left arm is broke. I understand. Don't fight.
Oh my God. Oh, you guys, come on.
I fucking hate cops, bro.
I need you to move.
He's fucking twisting his broken arm. This is crazy, bro. Oh.
You need to stop. Okay.
Brian, stop.
He's fighting for you, not for him.
They broke his arm. Oh my God. It's totally broken.
Pigs. Fucking hogs, bro.
Please, can you get him some kind of medical?
Oh, guys, look, here are the good cops. Oh, these are the good ones. We found them.
Attention.
Yes, we are.
Oh my God.
You are? It's great.
My arm before you sit down.
Y'all step back, please. Please
Can
move
we
back.
get
Keep
him
this
some
walkway
medical
open.
attention,
Who needs her?
No, he broke his arm.
Okay. Would y'all just move aside then? That way people can still later.
Chelsea, what happened?
We just witnessed a Marine veteran interrupting the hearing and they broke his arm.
Why did he interrupt the hearing?
Because there is a war in Iran, and
Why did he interrupt the hearing? Well, he deserved it. Shut the fuck up. Why did he interrupt the hearing? Dude, even saying that means you're a cuck. Shut up. Why wouldn't you, pussy? God. This is what I mean. Everyone's so fucking brain broken to be bitches, bro. Just even say that's the first fucking thing you think? They broke his fucking arm. Why are they touching him? I don't give a fuck if he's yelling. He wasn't doing anything. He was yelling. Who fucking cares? Block him. Move him out slowly. You don't need to fucking sexually harass him and break his arm. This man is grabbing onto my penis. Is it illegal to have a succulent Chinese meal?
Brothers and sisters are going to die for Israel, and we are here to say no. We do not support Israel. We do not want to die for Israel. Stop the war in Iran right now.
And what did they do to
Yeah, everyone wearing a uniform is fucking possessed.
him?
They pulled him out, got his arm trapped in a door, broke his arm, tackled him to the ground. It was a very, very intense situation.
All right, so I'm going to grab your arm and you can relax. Okay? Try to say
What? Did you come here to protest? I'm here for the hearing, but he's my friend, and he couldn't stand what they were saying anymore, so he spoke up. Is he with an organization? No, he's actually running for Senate in North Carolina. His name is Brian McGinnis.
Cool. Good to know. Brian McGinnis. They broke his fucking arm for yelling "Free Palestine" from the river to the sea. Just saying.
No, I don't.
Jay, cops broke your fucking arm and you were for no reason and you were pregnant? Amazing. Protecting and serving, boys. Ooh!
And they all just kept their eyes forward. Those cowards.
Shut up, pig. Oink, oink, pig. Oh, I fucking love Brian McGinnis, bro. Free Palestine. Fuck the war in Iran.
You're free to record, but we don't have something on the line. You're free to record. America does not want to fight. You're free to record.
Bro, Brian McGinnis stands on business. That should be his slogan. Brian McGinnis stands on business.
You to please cooperate with us and just go behind the line.
Shut up, pig.
America does not want to fight this war in Iran, and the soldiers don't, right?
Israel is a
Bro. All right, here we go. Some Marco Rubio shit. You guys ready to eat some more shit?
Does Congress have to weigh in? Does Congress have to weigh in? Is the president defending it? And does Congress have to weigh in? And was there an imminent threat? Did you tell lawmakers that there was an imminent threat?
There absolutely was an imminent threat, and the imminent threat was that we knew that if Iran was attacked, and we believed they would be attacked, that they would immediately come after us. And we
Bro, this is crazy. We heard that Israel was going to attack them, and Israel said that they were going to attack us if we attacked them. Honestly, if Israel just attacked them, kind of doubt it. Pretty much can doubt it. If just Israel did it, I bet just Israel would get the heat and the smoke. Because it seems like Iran is kind of trying to do this, like, dude, once America enters the fucking fray with Israel and starts bombing Iran, Iran can do whatever the fuck they want. Literally, right now, everyone in America can be hit with missiles, and that is totally fair game because they fucking did it to them. You know what I mean? Like, so dropping missiles on other countries makes everyone unsafe. It's literally saying, okay, we accept that, you know, they might shoot missiles at us and kill our people. You know what I mean? So, but they're doing, unlike what America and Israel are doing, which is just bombing Tehran willy-nilly, they're attacking military bases. They should blow up every fucking military base. Truly. I mean, that's what they're going to do. Dude, honestly, I don't know if America can win this war. I really don't. It feels like Iran has their shit together way more than America. Dude, also, I don't think America has the fucking ammunition for it. They've been, dude, every fucking 6 months, right? Israel completely runs out of fucking bombs. And we have been saying we can't give you any more because we don't have any more to give you without dipping into our fucking stock. And then they do dip into their stock. I bet that shit is bled, bro. They blew up. Dude, all of Gaza is completely leveled. And it's not from them going in there, boots on the ground. It's just them dropping bombs over and over and over and over. Like, these people are literal fucking treasonous war criminals. All of them need to meet a firing squad. I'm sorry, but they do. There's no fucking reforming this shit, bro.
We're not going to sit there.
People are monsters. The fuck? But Sherlock said this on a comment on YouTube from yesterday, I think. Saying basically that he thinks that we essentially, they're killing themselves. They're like, dude, look at the last like 3 weeks. We fucking kidnap Maduro, kill Mencho, the fucking Mexican cartel guy, kill the fucking Iranian supreme leader or whatever, start a fucking war with Iran. Like, dude, this is going, like, what's next? Right? They have to keep escalating. And eventually their escalation, I think, is going to break. It has to. We just need to wait these motherfuckers out and let them kill themselves and eat themselves. Go in your fucking bunkers. We'll cement over them. Never think about you bitches again.
And absorb a blow before we responded, because the Department of War
I know, this world sucks. I just want to go camping. Exactly, Gabriel.
Said if we did that, if we waited for them to hit us first after they were attacked, and by someone else, Israel attacked them, they hit us first, and we waited for them to hit us, we would suffer more casualties and more deaths. We went proactively in a defensive way to prevent them from inflicting higher damage. Have we not done so?
Proactive defense is offensive. You went offensively. Which means you literally started it. You can't preventively do defense. What are you talking about? Preventative defense? I mean, dude, words don't mean anything anymore. Words don't exist. They're not real.
So there would have been hearings on Capitol Hill about how we knew that this was going to happen and we didn't act preemptively to prevent more casualties and more loss of life.
What do you think Marco's drug cocktail is today? Meth with a little perk? Little perk 90? You think he got a fucking Opanda? Oh, is he doing an Opana 90? Fuck, bro, right?
Absolutely was an imminent threat, and the imminent threat was that we knew that if Iran was attacked, and we believed they would be attacked, that they would immediately come after us. And we were not going to sit there and absorb a blow before we responded, because the...
Dude, this is pretty good.
Did you know one of the witnesses who testified in the Epstein cases that Epstein said, you quote, like them young? Why would Epstein say that about you?
Are you asking his opinion? You're asking him to think about why Mr. Epstein would say.
Are you asking his opinion?
Something about.
Yeah, dude, this guy's not guilty at all. He's just got this fucking bulldog for nothing.
Why would
fucking ugly ass Andre 3000?
say that
So she's asking you to try to be in Mr. Epstein's mind and guess at what Mr. Epstein would have thought about.
Dude, fucking ugly ass Andre 3000 with a fuck bob, bro.
Clinton likes them young, referring to girls.
First of all, that's not true.
What's not true?
That I have any interest in underage.
I didn't say underage, I said young.
But it's still not true.
Is an intern young?
Yes.
Did you know?
He said yes, too! Silence. Silence, Bill. He said yes. Bro, okay. I think we just watched this, but this, dude, how prescient is this, right? Bill Coop.
What role in the Middle East again does Israel play in this?
Israel was created as the instrument to bring about the Battle of Armageddon and the fulfillment of prophecy, a war that will be so terrible, where nuclear weapons will be used, so that the American citizens and the other people in the world will get down on their knees and beg for no more war. And what is the answer to that? They're going to be told the only way we can guarantee no more war is if we destroy the sovereignty of nations and we come together as one humanity in a one world government.
Right. Okay. And the Jewish people were then being manipulated into believing it was for some other reason.
That's correct. They've always been manipulated. And I get people who still come to me all the time and say, Bill, you're all wrong. It's the Jews. The Jews are subverting the world. Man, it's not the Jews. It's not the Catholics. It's not the blacks. It's these men who belong to the ancient mystery schools, who meet in secret and decide the fate of the world. And they belong to all different races and all different nationalities and all different religions to the public point of view. But in secret, it's a different story. At the highest level of all countries, they all belong to the same club. And we, the people, sit back and we watch this grand drama, which is being played out for our benefit. Not theirs. If it wasn't for us, we wouldn't even have to do any of this. But you see, they just can't come out and destroy all of us because they need slaves. They need people to make their shoes, and make their cars, and mine the ore. They need worker bees, and that's what we are. In the New World Order, we will be the worker bees, the slaves.
Cattle. Dude, look at her. Look at those dentures doing the work.
Representative is asking general.
I mean, really, I expected a lot of interesting questions today, but Pizzagate was not on my list.
It's okay. We're asking all sorts of things here.
You certainly are. You certainly are.
We're just trying to get.
Why did you eat children if you didn't want us to talk about Pizzagate? You old hamrod.
The truth out to the American people.
Well, that would be very helpful.
Are you aware of any file?
Oh yeah, doing your mom. We just got done watching that Marine.
That were on Anthony Weiner's laptop in a folder that was titled Insurance, Life Insurance, with a zip file titled Frazzled.
For those unfamiliar with Frazzle Drip, it's the name of a video allegedly featuring a young girl on former Rep. Anthony Weiner's laptop in a folder labeled Life Insurance. The video claims to show Hillary Clinton filleting off a young girl's face. Clinton and former aide Huma Abedin, Weiner's ex-wife, take turns wearing the girl's face as a mask to terrify the child so her blood is suffused with adrenochrome. They drink her blood as part of a satanic ritual. Frazzle Drip also references claims that the Clintons murdered multiple individuals, including 2 NYPD officers who saw the video and covered up their deaths as suicides. Fuck yeah, they did.
Fortunately, I am spiraling and I have put on my tinfoil hat and I am going to present a hypothesis. I do not think that this is about the Epstein files. Hear me out before you get angry. On January 3rd, 2026, when we invaded Venezuela and captured Maduro, we took temporary control of Venezuela's oil exports and commerce. Venezuela has the largest oil reserve in the world. At first, this did not make complete sense because we cannot necessarily use Venezuela's oils because of the crudeness of it. But technically, we do control their oil sales right now. The largest beneficiaries of Venezuelan oil is
this one world government stuff is the same theory that Peter Thiel's peddling, so I don't know how I feel about it anymore. Peter is seriously on a lecture circuit pushing it right now. What, pushing the one world government? What, so are you saying that you think it's like a false lead or something? They faking it?
China, Russia, and Cuba. The other country that China currently gets a majority of their oil reserves from is Iran. Besides Iranian leadership...
Oh, a techno-fascist. Well, you know what it is, dude? I think that they want us to believe that it's something that's coming, rather... Like, I keep saying it, but really, deep down, it's already in place. Right? I mean, these motherfuckers are all friends. Xi Jinping, Putin, Trump, fucking King Charles, all these bitches, right? The Trudeaus, fucking all of them are part of the same team. It's already happened. So it does feel like another thing to just have us spin our fucking wheels on, because preventing something that's already happened, they're never going to be like, yeah, boys, all right, we're changing all the flags. That would be too disruptive, right? It's just already in place. So yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, I don't think it's like... I don't think the one world government, honestly, it's not any different than what's going on right now, right? They already did it. H.W. Bush did it.
Under this current regime, we are currently targeting Iranian naval bases. Why? Because Iranian naval...
And yes, Hillary's head is way too big for her body. She's got like 3 different masks on. She's got replacement heads.
Bases are currently attempting to defend the Strait of Hormuz. The Strait of Hormuz is a key shipping lane to be able to get oil to China. China knew that this was going to happen because they have been stockpiling oil reserves since
Keep Jesus, give us back Lane Staley.
January, when the U.S. invaded Venezuela. They currently have enough oil to last them for approximately 100 days. But what happens when that 100 days winds down? Their manufacturing completely stalls. But that's not where this stops. Look at the Q3, Q4 GDP report from the Bureau of Economic Analysis, which is released by this administration. On page 2 of both reports, you will see that the Q3, Q4 GDP is currently being propped up by increased defense spending. Now, who is currently the biggest beneficiary of U.S. production of defense systems? It is not Israel. It is Saudi Arabia. Which country is currently trying to backfill China's oil reserve depletion? Saudi Arabia. Saudi Arabia is currently the biggest beneficiary of us invading Venezuela and capturing Maduro, and also us invading Iran. Our biggest customer of the export that is currently propping up our economy is simultaneously the only country that is currently supplying China with oil. Now, why is the U.S.
Yeah, it's like reality TV, really. It's staged, but kind of real, because there are multiple groups with conflicting interests, but they all keep up the show. Exactly, bro. They all know the game. Everybody's has a game. That's what Logan Roy says.
Currently engaging in hypocrisy by propping up Saudi Arabia. $1 billion in 2 Trump towers in Jeddah and Riyadh. $2 billion from Saudi Arabia's sovereign wealth fund into Jared Kushner's private equity fund. $2 billion into Trump's stablecoin. A $5.5 billion Trump golf course developed by a Saudi Arabia developer. Follow the fucking...
Dead Inside says, I got it bad for Boebert, though, physically, not politically. Yeah, dude, you want to go to the theater?
Money. Unfortunately, I am spiraling and I have put on my tinfoil.
Oh, here, I kind of like this. This dude was talking about consciousness in the universe.
I'm gonna go to the upper left quadrant of Ken Wilberin.
It's a little heady, but parts of it make sense to me, so I think y'all might like it.
I believe that the universe in its entirety is always already an intelligence sphere of curved space at scale that is always already inevitably solving the problem of suffering by moving towards pleasure at a cosmic scale and away from disaster, which is almost always already the case. So this is difficult to get your head around. But if you look at it all as a self-recurring, recursive system of intelligence, it's solving an infinite number of problems that it created in order to solve them just for the sheer ecstasy of solving a problem.
So again, just create, like you said, almost creating a game. So this is almost like intelligent design, right? Like this is almost saying there is some intelligent entity.
It's very different than intelligent design, which is still wonderful and beautiful and interesting. Yeah, it would be, the intelligent design gets into trees of intelligence, but yeah, you can take a three-dimensional or quasi-dimensional version of intelligent design, but something has to be designed in order to be intelligent design. My suggestion is that this is always already the case. I don't know how many universes, if there's even a number, if we're in set theory, and it's literally Hofstadter's strange loop. We don't know. I can tell you this, there's no end to the possibility. And I can tell you this, in his book, Satisfaction, another thing he talks about is crossword puzzle conventions. There are people that go to crossword puzzle conventions, Sudoku conventions. Now it's vibe coding and video games. Again, there's a dopaminergic addiction to all that. But solving a problem is what intelligence does, and it's dopaminergic. You can read The Molecule of More if you're into the upper right quadrant books. Okay? The Molecule of More is amazing because it drives you forward to solve problems. Where does that come from? Oh, it's a molecule in the brain. It's GA2 and GA1. You can break it down at all kinds of nonsense and technical, right? Well, the neuroscientists are finding the same thing as the mystics are finding. Something somewhere is driving everything as individual agents, or independent agents, as Donald Hopkins says, to solve problems, like Michael Levin says, in order, probably for the sheer joy of solving the problem. But we don't have to give teleological reason. Maybe that's just always the way that it is. An infinite branch of causal realities and existential forms expand into new space in order to expand a new space for the sheer joy of extension and extrapolation. If that's the case, then
is that what the universe is doing, boys? Is that what we're doing?
Intelligence is fundamental at every conceivable scale and some unconceivable scales. Which means that all AI systems are just the next layer of temetics on top of memetics.
Temetics?
Yeah, technology memes. They don't need us anymore.
I never heard that word.
Richard Dawkins was all excited about memes, right? Or genes. It's about genes, and epigenetic environments, the biology of belief, moving into from genes to memes. And then all of a sudden we started formulating language and symbols and semiotics in the center of the spiral and covering the four quadrants in integral philosophy, whatever model you want to use. And then all of a sudden we invented technology. Our symbols became alive. This is your friend Varia and his, leader and all his organizer and all these different things. We move into we're tribal. We move into the lower left. And then
Elsie said, Boebert is a MAGA goon. That's weird to be attracted not gonna lie. Haven't you ever heard of a hate bang, Elsie Joe?
Bands becomes postmodern, okay? And then we go higher, and then our technology, Battlestar Galactica style, starts to do stuff on its own. It starts to solve problems on its own because that's what reality does. Because intelligence is fundamental. Yeah. Or maybe it's not.
Yeah.
Here's what I believe.
I love it. Or maybe it's not. Amen. Dude, this is so true.
If you're really smart, bro, just become a fucking idiot. Alright? Totally reverse course. The intelligence, it's a trap.
Yep.
Go back. Go back. Don't enter the far reaching of your mind. Don't try to find out why we're conscious. Go back. Go back. I'm telling you, dude, it doesn't work. It doesn't fix the hole. If you're really smart,
it doesn't fix the hole.
Bro, just become a fucking idiot. Alright? Totally reverse course. The intelligence, it's a trap. back. Go back. Don't enter the far-reaching of your mind. Don't try to find out why we're conscious. Go back. Go back. I'm telling you, dude, it doesn't work. It doesn't fix the hole.
Our country is winning again. In fact, we're winning so much that we really don't know what to do about it. People are asking me, please, please, please.
Bro, why is he red this time? What the fuck is going on? Look at the discrepancy between his face and his hands. It's crazy.
Mr. President, we're winning too much. We can't take it anymore. We're not used to winning in our country. Until you came along, we're just always losing, but now we're winning too much. And I say, no, no, no. You're going to win again. You're going to win big. You're going to win bigger than ever. And to prove that point, our country is winning again. And
The slow-mo, the music, I mean, oh my god, dude. I was getting all this. Dude, I miss old Alex, right? He's sundowning in a red-orange kind of way.
So the Bush administration was part of a conspiracy.
Well, he should never let us tolerate
to murder Americans.
I can speak in this accent as well.
Yeah, but is that what you believe?
Hitler firebombed his own Reichstag, Pierce, to bring in martial law in Germany, April 27th, 1933. Governments have staged terror attacks throughout history or allowed terrorists to attack as a pretext to invade and enslave the populations. I probably own more than 50 firearms. Many of them have increased in value 2, 3, or even 4 times. I sleep very comfortably outside Austin, Texas, knowing that I can defend my family.
Okay, Alex Jones. This is
Infowars.com.
This is the man who wants to deport me from the country for wanting to get rid of
it's to point out you're a foreigner, a red coat, here telling us what to do.
Whatever.
Go back to where they took the guns if you don't like it. The communist.
So the
He goes. Pierce goes, whatever. All right, here we deserve a little bit of goofage, okay? Here's your goofage before the Epstein marathon.
Vet?
What's that?
Are you a vet?
Veterinarian?
No.
I'm just a fan.
I'm just a fan.
I love Vietnam. It's a cool war. Let me tell you this right now. If I was in Vietnam, things would have gone a little bit differently, okay?
Like what?
It would have been we would 51st state Vietnam. And they'd be so happy.
You're such a fucking bad guy.
No, I'm not. No, I'm not. Talk to any vet.
Wait, is this the Chair Show? Or Chair Company or whatever? If so, I gotta watch this now.
They said, we had to hug and kiss him. We couldn't shoot him.
That's stolen valor.
No, it's not. I'm just a fan. I'm just a fan.
Where'd you get the hat?
I got it at the Vietnam store. There's one in Times Square. When I was in New York, when I was in Times Square.
What were you doing in New York?
I was visiting.
What'd you do? What'd you get up to?
Well, tried to get Fallon tickets, failed.
Fucking couldn't get it. Dude.
Yeah, it's really funny. We should have hung out during COVID because I had a mask that kind of looked like my face, and I would make these videos of me going around.
Oh my God.
These dumb fucking idiots.
Right.
Do you have a mask on? What?
That's so fucking funny. Yeah. I never had a funny one because I was like a little too scared or whatever.
Do you remember the Chive?
The what?
The Chive?
No, what's that?
The Chive, the website?
It was like a sports thing on hashtag.
Do you have something to do with it, or?
I was pretty active on it, and I was wondering if you were.
No, I was not on there. Okay. COVID, Sopranos every day.
Of course.
Every day Sopranos. Every day Sopranos.
I won't get HBO Max. I won't.
Do you have Peacock?
You should do a show on Peacock.
About what?
About how you fucking tried to murder your wife.
I didn't fucking try to murder my wife.
You tried to murder your wife.
No, I didn't. It was an adventure. Get the fuck out of here.
Fuck you, you piece of shit.
You're a fucking piece of shit.
You're a fucking piece of shit.
You tricked me. You fucking
tricked me. How did I fucking trick you?
You tricked me. You were all nice to me. Now you're a little asshole.
You should be dead. You shouldn't even be alive.
You don't even...
Dude, they're both trying their hardest not to laugh. It's so funny.
No, but get the fuck out of here. Go. Go, Smith. Hey, don't do that. Fuck you. Fuck you.
You don't have COVID.
I don't care about COVID. I'm over it.
Why would you go?
I'm over it. Bro.
Come on, what the heck's going on with this crap?
I know.
It's like, let's chill out already.
Let's move on.
Let's move on. And some of the numbers in Florida were better than New York.
Right.
They didn't do any.
They didn't do anything.
And so they deprive us of Universal SeaWorld, Disney World. Why?
SeaWorld going away, one of the worst things that could happen.
I went to SeaWorld and I just had the biggest smile on my face because I knew that we own these fuckers, these animals. We own them. and if you're gonna get caught by like a boat and you're a fish, talk about a self-own.
Are you a vet?
What's that?
Are you?
Dude, this is so good. What is this from if it's not from the Chair Show? Oh my God. Then this other Connor. I was getting a bunch of Connor this afternoon. They were trying to get me off track about the fucking knowing about what's going on with this dumbass war.
We're going to take all the breeding age females and bring them to Las Vegas, and I'll distribute them to the men who have changed their names to Corey. No kings, no presidents, no...
Come on, everybody change your name to Corey. Be cool.
Senators, just Corey. I don't need to sleep. I don't use currency. I'm not a part of this time. I used to be 2 Corys, now I'm 1.
Oh.
What are you guys into? What do you do?
We're tech.
Oh, that's all going away. Currency, everything. We're gonna flip into a new society.
What do you do?
I'm outside of space and time. Change your name to Corey. After that, you will be executed. If you don't change your name to...
Oh, this Corey is supposed to be Peter Thiel, or this Corey? Hopefully that one.
Corey, in 3 months, you're going to be executed.
You got 3 months.
What it is me and some friends have a text chain where we all have this insect app that if you take a picture of an insect, it tells you what it is and how poisonous it is, how strong it is.
Yeah, okay.
And so we find spiders, take pictures of spiders.
Yeah.
It tells us who that is and how strong they are, how harmful.
We keep getting close to 100 monkeys as the war pipes up and things get crazier. Coincidence? I think not. We are close to exposure maxing and peace maxing. Let's fucking go, boys. Smash the like on the stream if you like the stream. Pretty please.
He's a problem in this league. He's a big problem.
Now, I will say, I'm friends with some people in the league. They think you might be the problem because you're really hard on the people in Spider League.
No. Right. So what it is
no. All right, boys, we're almost through our little links.
And murdered over.
Oh my God, how's it already 7:20, bro? I swear to God, time is speeding up, is it not?
150 school children in Iran, and they had prior intel on that building. Don't play with me. President Trump announced a joint U.S.-Israel attack on Iran at
I like the don't play with me.
2 a.m. on Saturday on his social media platform Truth Social. President Trump is in violation of federal law by conducting official government communications through a platform that he owns and profits from. But if you know anything about Donald Trump, financial crimes are his specialty, and dodging the draft. Put Barron on the front lines. Seriously.
Please.
Y'all can come out here and deal with your daddy's issues for real. So, these attacks on Iran have nothing to do with philanthropic efforts to free the Iranians from an oppressive regime. It has everything to do with the Greater Israel Project. This has been in the works since at least the 1800s when the demon-possessed Theodore Herzl was...
Dude, how insane is it that we spawned into the fucking finale of humanity timeline?
I mean, of all the times, right? Truly, think about it. Dude, they said the Jesus's reign was like 1,000 years or whatever. Even that right there. Like, the percentage of us spawning into this shit time is like infinitesimally small. What the fuck? And we got the shit timeline that we gotta fix everything instead of living on a beach or whatever? Doing whatever our ancestors did? Yeah, I know. That I was about to say that. But the thing is that that's like the proof to me that we chose to spawn here. You know what I mean? Because statistically, like, we should have spawned in a good timeline. I think there was thousands of years where things were chill. I think we were chill maxing, bro. We were fucking chill bro maxing. And then it isn't until recently that these cucks have started ruining everything. You know? Yeah, we came here to see the big show. That's what I'm hoping for. And dude, honestly, I feel like this Iran war shit is starting to be a catalyst. All of the trains are running into the center of the, like, it's like a bunch of storylines are each trains, right? They're like on the spokes of a wheel, and they're all driving at each other. They're all high-speed rail, and they're driving towards the center, and they're all playing chicken. But they're all going to collide in the middle. So I think that this war, the whole Palestine shit, I mean, dude, people even know about lizard people, even if it is just a funny metaphor or if it's real. I mean, like, there's too much fuckery and cuckery going around. They can't keep it all under wraps anymore. Like, can you imagine if you like died the day before everything kicked off? That's the other thing too that worries me is it's like, okay, now we're talking about like geological timescales though, or massive, you know, humanity spanning timescales. Is this shit gonna fucking pop off in our lifetimes for real? Or is it just gonna be, you know, this shit not happening till we're all like 90? Everybody needs to wake up. I'm so sick of it.
Getting busy with the anti-human Jewish supremacist ideology, aka Satanism. Greater Israel is based off of a false biblical right to the land from Egypt to the Euphrates River, Genesis 15:18. This would include Palestine, Lebanon, Syria, Jordan, Egypt, Iraq, Saudi Arabia, Kuwait, Cyprus, and southern Turkey. But I've heard it can extend all the way to Morocco. Look into Jared Kushner's connections to that country. We knew it was never just about Palestine. That was a display of what they will do to the entire world.
Yeah.
If we let them. Once again, God's chosen people would never kill innocent human beings and start demonic wars. Once again, the people in Israel worship the devil. Supporters of the nation-state of Israel are not Christians.
True.
Benjamin Milikowski, the Polish Satanist, is a strong supporter of and believer
I do kind of like just calling them all Satanists at this point.
in Greater Israel, calling it a historic and spiritual mission.
Yeah, these guys aren't Jewish. They're Satanists, bro.
Coincidentally, between March 1st and today, over 200 anonymous complaints from service members across 40 different units came in. They said that commanders framed the Iran war as divinely ordained, telling troops not to be afraid because it was all part of God's divine plan. One commander specifically referenced numerous citations from the book of Revelation, referring to Armageddon and the return of Jesus Christ, and said that Trump had been anointed by Jesus to light the signal fire in Iran to start Armageddon and mark his return to Earth.
Bro, spiritual war. Get your spirits right, boys.
There have been similar complaints since October 7th of 2023. This should be no surprise that the U.S. military thought this was appropriate, considering the Secretary of Defense, Pete Hegseth, attends a weekly White House Bible study in which the pastor is a hardcore Zionist. Little Petey.
Okay, fine, they're bailers.
Agrees, of course, because he is undeniably unintelligent and compromised. He has also said that
Yeah, I know. It's so funny, dude. I remember the Satanic Panic being so fucking lame when I was a kid. And even then being like, this is such bullshit. Like, these people crying about this shit are so lame. But now I'm older, and now I'm like, dude, the Satanic Panic is fucking real. It was Tipper Gore and her people that were the actual Satanists.
The West must wage a crusade against Islam. If you think Islam is a problem, you should really get to know the Talmud and rabbinic literature and find out what they really think of you, goy. There are obviously so many geopolitical implications of war with Iran, one being the Strait of Hormuz being closed due to the ongoing war, and this transports crude oil to China, India, South Korea, Japan, and the U.S. On March 2nd, the IRG, Iranian Revolutionary Guard, declared the strait closed and vowed to set ablaze any ship attempting to pass. This will severely impact global energy and commodities. China, India, and the other countries will turn to Russia for their crude oil. Trump has said that he will send warships to defend the strait. Israel bombed a little girls' school deliberately and murdered over 150 school children in Iran, and they had prior intel on that building. Don't play with me. President Trump announced a joint U.S.-Israel attack on Iran at 2 a.m. on Saturday on his social media platform Truth Social.
Don't play with Ginger Theory, you cucks. Oh yeah, Ty. I'm hoping Ty comes on tomorrow. He said he could. I checked in with him yesterday, but haven't heard back from him. But he's probably like me and never checks his DMs. But hopefully Ty tomorrow. If not, tomorrow soon, I'm sure. But we're trying to have Ty on for tomorrow. Probably around 8 is what I said to him.
In Iran, they call that karma for preemptive strikes. Our stockpiles ran out in 2025. That's like 2 weeks of interceptors until they have to cease fire. Fucking seriously. So basically, hypersonics have a 6% interception rate. That's not that high. So the question is, can we destroy Iran's missile launchers before we fight a fair fight? Could you see that going by me? Be honest, that doesn't look like the movies in high school, the ones where they lied to keep us fighting. Even the New York Times still has the bias to this day. We're running out of time.
Ty is one of those dudes. Ty is so like special to me because there are tons of dudes who can riff and fucking jam out on guitar crazy style like that. But I feel like they get too lost in it and can't make anything that like normal people want to hear. But man, Ty fucking has the crazy riffs. He's like a fucking prodigy, but he also makes really good songs. What a gift. But dude, he needs to save some of these riffs. He's got to save the riffs for the rest of us, you know? It's not fair.
In Iran, they call that karma for preemptive strikes. Our stockpiles ran out in 2025. That's like 2 weeks of interceptors until they have to cease fire. Fucking seriously. So basically, hypersonics have a 6% interception rate. That's not that high. So the question is, can we destroy Iran's missile launchers before we fight a fair fight? Could you see that going by me?
We love it.
This is Larry and his son. They on CBS, they on Warner Brothers now, and that's CNN. They on TikTok and Oracle, the IDF. That's a third of the media. And an island like Jeff, they kicked off Hawaiians from police instead. And surprise, they're Israeli, even Benjamin Webb. You don't have to ask them what a settler says. They want land and they'll pry us from your cold dead. What's going on right now? Hands. Fox News, that's called entertainment. False flags are dangerous. Is Iran gonna wait for it? Oracle's running AI on government data, and AI wants to use nukes on 95% of the simulations. Fucking already, we have a Terminator. Got another Israeli media mogul monopolizing our kids' focus. They want 30% of what they show them. They just bought Warner Bros. With their Oracle stock holdings. Their hospice forced them into closing. They kept losing bids over and over, so it looked unattractive in the moment, and Netflix finally folded. Just remember, Larry is the largest donor to the IDF. So in terms of the midterms, I don't think they're going to show them. And I don't think you really have to worry about vote. Oh, this is lit.
Dude, Ty's so good. Yeah, boys. Larry Ellison, let us hit 100 monks. Come on, bro. Stop being a little cuck. Oh, boys. Okay, so I quick cranked out a little snippet of our wait, what are we called? Cat Mac Deathicus, the three-headed Cerberus that is War Boner. I just did my verse, but we're gonna have to do full music videos for all these soon enough.
Home, get back, just get back, Nancy. Took America's grandma. Come on, do the right thing. Get ugly. And when thought she'd come home, she ran out of space time. I saw the blood drop. She went out throwing up gangs.
Yo, Savannah Guthrie, where's your wholesome mommy go? I know you know we know this whole kidnapping is for show. I've been getting swole, raising my chi to the 5th dimension. And me and Nance, we moving upstate, about to be living off her pension. Make a quick stop to Quantico, pick up Charlie, then we roll up to Casa de Sopel to fertilize his mind with this U-Haul. Start calling me Sid, please. I'm about to go on a spree. Just me and my girl Nance and my best friend Charlie. Bang. Bang, bang, bang. We coming. Metaphor, counting or not counting gang violence?
Nancy, come home. Get back, just get back, Nancy. Took America's grandma. Come on, do the right thing. Get ugly. And when thought she'd come home, she ran out of space time. I saw the blood drop. She went out throwing up gangs.
Yo, Savannah Guthrie, where's your wholesome mommy go? I know you know we know this whole kidnapping is for show. I've been getting swole, raising my chi to the 5th dimension. And me and Nance, we moving upstate, about to be living off her pension. Make a quick stop to Quantico, pick up Charlie, then we roll up to Casa de Sopel to fertilize his mind. This song goes hard as fuck, boys. Call me Sid, please. I'm about to go on a spree. Just me and my girl Nance and my best friend Charlie. Bang. Bang, bang, bang. We coming. Metaphor, counting or not counting gang violence? Dude. Oh, this is a closer shot of this. I don't want to watch this again, but I'll share it with you guys if you want to see an alternate angle where you absolutely see them break his hand. His arm. Alright, here we go. Let's fucking hop into it, boys. This is Mind Unveiled's part 3 of his Jeffrey Epstein saga. Larry Ellison definitely supports this war, but the shareholders of TikTok are a diversified group of ethnicities. Well, dude, the fucking crazy thing is that Larry Ellison literally owns Paramount, Oracle, TikTok. What are the other big things that he owns? I mean, that's big enough. It's state media, bro. Yeah, in the beginning, I cover up the camera just like the guy. The green screen kind of didn't work, but that take overall. There was a better one where I fucked up the words later, so I didn't use it. But I covered up the camera and was looking through it for a minute. But the green screen didn't like click on at the original time I was trying to do it. I might extend that verse. What else should me and Nancy and Charlie go do if I extended the verse there? As soon as that song idea came to my mind, I knew it was perfect for you. And dude, that's the best part, because the hardest thing for me is like starting from a blank slate and deciding like the topic of a song or topic of, you know, just like doing the from the blank slate thing has always been hard for me. Even like writing a paper or writing anything or whatever. But that's why I always really liked producing, is because I feel like I like helping other people make their ideas even cooler or whatever, you know? Like collaborating with people. But so yeah, that's why I like you like starting these things and then having homework for me, because it's easier. And we're like cranking these out. Dude, this album's gonna hit. Paul's honestly going to fucking perish because of this. It's gonna bring on, that's what's gonna bring on the entire collective consciousness awakening, is us releasing Apocalypse. Apocalypse Now. On 9/11. All right, boys.
The files are making a difference. Many more people are waking up to realities that they never would even consider possible. And while that's great news,
I'm going to try and put this on 1.25, but I don't know. Mind Unveiled, I feel like, kind of speaks kind of fast, so if it's annoying, I'll turn it off, but this is 3 hours long. I want to try and get through some of this.
there's still much work to be done. Part 1 was the genetics operation. Part 2, the inner circle. Part 3, the consciousness experiments.
I already don't like it.
3 videos and hundreds of government
We're going to sit through the full thing.
documents. But we're just getting started.
Booch time.
Now I want to present something special.
Jeffrey Katzenberg invite. Is he the one who owned DreamWorks?
To you. Something that I believe doesn't exist on the internet. An angle that no one would think to use in an investigation. But think about what we've covered. The majority is now willing to accept that Epstein was funding a genetics operation, was a part of a secret society, and was experimenting with consciousness and special abilities. Everyone's cool with that. Conspiracies are basically becoming mainstream. But hold up. Because there are things conspiracy theorists have been saying for decades. And you know what else they've been saying? Going back at least to the 60s. I have an idea. A way to build the case that goes beyond the files. Hollywood. This genre of movie exposés, connecting films to real-world conspiracies, encoding agendas hidden in plain sight.
Hidden agenda? Okay, that's my next one I gotta watch. Yeah, my tinfoil hat is it's feral cat. That's why it's got this one snipped. I have been neutered. That's how you know. You don't have to trap me. Put me in a little trap. Oh, and Becky didn't tell me about how Kiddo, because we're trying to trap that other cat. I was like, how is Kiddo and and when do you want to trap? And she just answered the question about the trap. She's got a million things she's juggling. We'll get an update soon, I'm sure. She always takes... She steals cats from people if they don't take care of them. So I know that it's, Kiddo's getting taken care of. But I do be wanting pictures. I don't know why we're not getting pictures.
A cornerstone of the internet since the beginning of YouTube. Without a shadow of a doubt, you're about to witness the veil be lifted. Think about it. When building leads, sometimes it's necessary to start forming hypotheses. Because sometimes that's the only way to search for more leads. You need a framework. But let's make it simple.
Oh yeah, the Ellison's attorneys essentially saved 2 media monopoly contracts from failing while sabotaging the Iran peace talks contract, all in the same week. Busy beavers.
I think the majority of everyone who clicked on this video can accept that Hollywood is a propaganda machine. I think we all know that. But to what degree?
What is styropyro? You talking about Spyro? I love Spyro, dude.
Watch. We're gonna test it. This is how any...
Ooh, wait, sorry for pausing. Creaturus, the next verse you guys should do mushrooms and get superpowers. I think that might be the move, bro. That's a great idea. Yeah. Yeah, dude. Our collaborative, the entire Nitwitch album, Apocalypse Now, the entire Nitwitch collaborative effort, is going to destroy Paul and the entire FBI. September 11th. We're going to give... sir, the 3rd and 4th towers have been hit. Cat Dad and the Nitwitches of Cat Dadistan have struck the 3rd and 4th towers.
Real investigation works. You start with a working hypothesis, something specific and testable, then you run it against evidence. If it doesn't hold up, you throw it out. That's fair, right? Okay, so here's what we're testing. Do the elites use Hollywood to encode their agenda in plain sight?
Yes!
But this test only works if you understand two things, and I'm going to show you both. One, that secret societies have been behind Hollywood since...
Lori, does your cat has a snip? Was your cat formerly feral? All 3 of my cats have the ear tips, and all my backyard cats, except for the one. There's one new guy who just started showing up, but he doesn't come regular enough yet. So I'm hoping in the next couple next couple weeks, he starts coming every day, because I'm gonna trap his ass. I'm gonna trap his ass and cut his balls off. But then he's gonna live in my backyard, you know. I gotta build my colony out. Dude, when my colony was first there, like 8 years ago or whatever the fuck, there was like 10 cats, 11 cats maybe. Now, there's 5 regulars and sometimes a 6th. So my cat army is dwindling because we cut their balls off. You know what? Fuck it. I gotta grow my army. No more trap, neuter, return. But yeah, ferals are the best. All 3 of mine, when they're laying in bed together and they all got their little ear snips, they're so cute.
It's the beginning. And 2, movies aren't just entertainment. They're initiation devices. The theater is the temple. The screen is the...
You got her secondhand and she has it cut like this, though, where it's like snipped off. That means that she was probably in a feral colony before she got brought in. That's awesome. Yeah, not every cat. I mean, honestly, most feral cats don't ever come in. But it's still good to trap them and, you know, you don't want to... Because sometimes these colonies will get real bad. There'll be like fucking 50 inbred cats all hanging out together. And there'll be one crazy lady who's been feeding them for like 20 years. And she's like, oh no, I've never heard about neutering and spaying them. I just feed them an entire bag of food every day.
Ritual. I'm about
and they're
to...
all inbred.
show you how Hollywood has been telling you to your face what's been going on for at least 60 years. And we just accepted it. Did nothing. My thesis is simple. Hollywood knew. And there's one movie that I believe proves it. Why? Because it connects directly to the files. Now let me present my case.
And I don't think that this would be that difficult. Like, all it really takes is, like, dude, from working in television, right? You'll spend like 2 months writing scripts, and then those scripts are sent to the executives of the network, right? So that one show that I worked on was on Investigation Discovery. You'd write your whole script, send it to the network people, and then they would go through and, you know, pick it apart and change shit. And sometimes they change shit to like make things not true, and like it doesn't matter, you know, like it's whatever they say at the end of the day goes. You know, because I was working on like a true crime show, and they'd be like, oh, well, wouldn't the story be better if this happened? And we were like, well, that didn't happen. They're like, oh, okay, we don't care. And then if there's just something in, and then then you go through once the scripts are approved, and then you take like 3 months planning all the shooting, right? Then you shoot for like 2 months, and then you edit for like 2 months, and at the end of the day, it usually takes like a year to make a show, like 8 months to a year, and then you send the final draft to the fucking execs. And it doesn't matter if they saw the script 100 times and they approved it, they saw rough cuts, they came to set, doesn't matter. At the end of the day, if they want to take shit out and change shit that's in like the movie or the TV show, it's whatever they say goes. It's just like the couple people that are at the top of the, you know, food chain or whatever. So it's really only takes like, it's like not that many people to fucking have a few network executives and Hollywood executives who are all Freemasons, and they all just kind of pick the 10 movies that are made by their production company every year, and then they hire the writers who are all from Harvard and already fucking Freemasons or whatever. And then boom, once it's written, then the people are just shooting it anyway. So again, this isn't even like that big of a fucking con, you know? And of course, people who would con everyone this way would gravitate towards taking over these industries. And then, yeah, it helps get rid of it, like people thinking that it's real, because they'll be like, this can't be real. That was just in a movie. That's what they want you to say. Duh.
Now, I know what skeptics are going to say. Pattern recognition, survivorship bias, Texas sharpshooter fallacy. That's when you shoot first and draw the target after. You watch 1,000 movies and some are going to match reality. And they're right about all that. Unless you have the target first. We have the files. The documents drew the target. I'm just checking which movies hit it. So no, I'm not just going off of vibes, and I'm not saying trust me, bro. If you want the truth, just watch this video in full. I'll walk you through every piece of it. Okay, so before I show you the film, can we move past the whole triangle Illuminati meme? This exact meme is why we can't pursue this study further. They don't even hide it, so I'm not sure how people can think this is a joke or some conspiracy. Let me show you how you prove this. In order to do so, you must learn the art and science of occult film analysis. Yes, a new occult art form, and you're about to learn it. I'm not going to explain it, I'm going to show you.
And yeah, this video is 3 hours, 32 minutes, and 33 seconds long, released on March 3rd. We're definitely not going to finish it all tonight, but we got tomorrow too.
It's time for you to wake up that you've been secretly initiated into a brotherhood from childhood. I will explain this by the end of the video. So there's already a lot here, but what makes this even more next level is, well, we have the files. Yeah, it's about to get crazy. Let me just give you a taste of how connected Epstein was to Hollywood. A payment ledger.
Does 1.25 not bother you guys? We'll try it for a minute.
$469,000 in 11 months from Jeffrey Epstein to a Hollywood premiere publicist. A Hollywood producer $326,000 in debt, listing his movie fees to Epstein as proof he can pay it back. Bones, Enchanted, Dirty Grandpa. Epstein told him to send this info to him. How much are you asking for? A fake audition. Same producer writes to Epstein about a girl who had a rough audition. Quote, I could have done the fake version of an audition and gotten her on tape. Then offers, I can set up the fake audition for her and have her loved on like crazy. Aspiring actresses solicited for dinner with Woody Allen. Quote, if you have any aspiring actresses, Woody and I are having dinner on Sunday. And a private film screening. 3 years after his conviction, the guest list. Eric Schmidt, Lorne Michaels, Brian Williams, a Rothschild. Epstein emails the CEO of Activision Blizzard about visiting SpaceX with the girls, then writes, taking girls after to Bel Air. And the CEO of DreamWorks is in the files? And that's just a preview. We have a lot to cover, but I wanted to show you that first so that we can actually understand what we're dealing with here. Make sure you watch part 1 through part 3 before you watch this so that you can fully understand the context.
Wait, is this part 4? Damn, dude, Mind Unveiled's been cooking. Jesus Christmas, bro.
So what's this mystery film? The film that I believe exposes all of this, ironically.
Oh wait, sorry, an alien ball was live last night, so he's good? Did they take the ball from him? Even 2X would slap. That'd be crazy, bro. Alright, we'll leave it here.
It's literally called The Island, made in 2005. This movie is the blueprint, and they had the audacity to call it The Island and put a Freemason compass on the cover. These are the type of people that we're dealing with. It's a mockery. They're showing you the secrets right to your face. Let me show you. The Island, 2005. directed by Michael Bay, produced by DreamWorks, starring Ewan McGregor and Scarlett Johansson. 126 million budget. Okay, so the main premise is, in a near future underground facility, hundreds of people believe that they're the last survivors of a global contamination.
He admitted it was a hoax? No way. It got deleted and you screen recorded it? You're at work. Wait, who's going to jail? Feds are compelling him to say it was a hoax. Wildly clear that he's being forced. Really? Dude, okay, yes. Why is Woody Allen besties with this? Fuck, I hate everything. What do you mean? Pedophilia. Incest pedophilia. He admitted it was a hoax, huh? It was a fake ball now that the feds told him to tell everyone was a garden ornament and nothing more. He has a fake ball now? What, it doesn't have the engraving on it? Yeah, Eyes Wide Shut is pretty close too. And you guys know at the end that last scene of them in the like department store is them selling their daughter to the two men that are in there.
Their only hope is a lottery win. And if you win, you get sent to the island, the last uncontaminated paradise on Earth. But as the movie goes on, we find out that the lottery is a lie. These people are clones, grown as insurance policies for wealthy sponsors. When your sponsor needs a new kidney, a new heart, a surrogate pregnancy, you win the lottery. They then harvest your organs and you die.
Yeah, dude, Ryan did have that legendary pull with the fucking Kathy Sanders live and confronting them about Paul Wysopal and getting all of them to literally fucking defend Timothy McVeigh again. Your brother, Tarrant, or what's his name? That one other guy, his brother died, Jesse Trentadue. His brother was killed because of Timothy McVeigh. Kathy's two grandkids were supposedly killed because of Timothy McVeigh, and they're working extra overtime to protect Timothy McVeigh. Crazy, dude. If my grandkids were killed, I'd go scorched earth on Paul Wysopal, but that's just me.
Okay, but the film bombed. What's crazy is I actually watched this when I was younger, but it's one of those movies that you just kind of forget about. 162 million worldwide on a 126 million budget, and their critics called it a dumb Michael Bay action movie.
I actually didn't watch Old, so should I watch Old by the M. Night Shyamalan movie? I rewatched The Village 2 months ago. It was kind of cool. It wasn't that bad.
So of course, no one really remembers it. And that's actually a pretty key data point. The action in the film is not very good. It's not well thought out at all. For a 126 million Michael Bay movie, the action is surprisingly weak. I mean, think about it. Where did this movie even come from? Michael Bay, really? Sure, don't get me wrong, there are a lot of VFX shots. But to me, it seems like a lot of the money went to the blueprint, the message. And I'm not the only one who sees this. Right now, the entire internet would agree this film is extremely sus. But now it's time to prove it. Alright, so we're about to get started. I just need to make a crucial distinction that many people new to this field of study may miss. People literally think Michael Bay directed this film. Remember the framework we're working from.
But wait, so Inky, is that video's gone? He deleted the live, but you have a screen recording? Can you upload it to YouTube or something?
What you will witness in this film, which is a common pattern in many films, especially in the early 2000s, is you have a front-end director and a back-end director. Basically, an exoteric director and an esoteric director. But just to be clear, this isn't common knowledge and there's no proof that this is true. However, I'm about to show you this is the case, and you, the audience, can be the judge. So, for the island, there's the front-end director. That's the guy whose name's on the poster. Michael Bay. Explosions, Puma ads, car chases, the hype music. That's the entertainment. That's what's gonna keep you in your seat for 2 hours.
Oh, Booch.
It's pretty obvious when he's directing. Okay, But then there's the back-end director. You never see their name, and we cannot say for certain who this is. But anyone with any ounce of film knowledge will be able to notice a difference in directing. They work through the script, the set design, the framing, the symbols placed in the background. They encode information into the film that the front-end director may not even understand is there. When I show you what's inside this movie, you're going to see both directors working. And once you can tell them apart, you'll never watch a film the same way again. With that, you know the film, you know the premise and the framework. Now let me show you why this isn't just another movie review. This movie is connected to the files. Let's start with the Scarlett connection since she is the main star of the movie. EFTA 01846326. Epstein's own words. Ask Woody's assistant if they want to invite Scarlett Johansson, as she is in New York. That is okay. So in 2012, Epstein personally requests Scarlett Johansson at his dinner through Woody Allen. EFTA 02176-395. Catherine, Woody's assistant, Woody said he has a call into Scarlett, but he doubts she'll be able to come because she's working. But the attempt is documented. EFTA 016-18751. Epstein to Anil Ambani. I'm glad you prefer young blondes to old ones. I had some guests here with unusual taste. The Indian billionaire Anil Ambani tells Epstein his next movie is with Scarlett Johansson, and that was Epstein's response. Now this is not a direct connection to the film, but let's just remind ourselves of this EFTA from part 1, because this is going to set the context of what you're about to see. EFTA 026-04748, a fun spreadsheet for the Designer Baby and Human Cloning Company. Someone sent Epstein a use of funds spreadsheet for a Designer Baby and Human Cloning Company, August 2018.
Ago.
Okay, so DreamWorks released a film about cloning humans for the wealthy, and the CEO of DreamWorks had a screening event where Peggy Siegel directly invited Epstein to, the man who was being pitched a literal cloning company. Okay, so let's talk about this DreamWorks CEO, Katzenberg. Here's what ties the whole thing together. In 1979,
like, you know what I mean? It only takes a couple guys, like, there's like 20 guys that are greenlighting films, right? They go, hey, Harvard writer, can you write me a movie about cloning? Here's the story. That person literally wouldn't even have to know that the story they're being told to write is real, you know? They just give them the plot points and they go, okay, this is what happens. Write it up for me.
a low-budget film called Parts, the Clonus horror screened at Paramount Pictures. It has the same plot as The Island, clones grown for the wealthy. And the man who watched that screening was Jeffrey Katzenberg. He was VP of feature production at Paramount. According to the filmmaker, Katzenberg told him, "If you can make that for under $1 million, I'd like to see what you can do with 10. 25 years later, Katzenberg's company, DreamWorks, released The Island, $126 million budget, 90 documented points of similarity, and they settled the lawsuit for 7 figures, term sealed. Okay, so now let me show you the paper trail. EFTA 020-25245, September 4th, 2012. An invite goes out from Allison Reddington at the Peggy Siegel Company, and I want you to look at the CCs, Peggy Siegel herself, and the invite says, Jeffrey Katzenberg invites you to join director Peter Ramsey and producer Christina Steinberg for an intimate first look at DreamWorks Animation's Rise of the Guardians. This invite was sent directly to Epstein's personal email, EFTA 021-60988. 2 days later, Epstein's executive assistant, Leslie Groff, forwards the invite internally and writes, quote, Jeffrey will attend this movie screening this Sunday. EFTA 01886807, the RSVP chain. Epstein's assistant, do you want me to RSVP for the screening on Sunday, September 9th? Epstein replies, yes. And the response back is, great, I will RSVP you +1. +1. And then on the day of the screening, September 9th, 2012, Epstein emails
You think he took Ghislaine? Probably not, huh?
Peggy, I won't come tonight to the screening. Call if you get a chance. And Peggy writes back, where are you? Calling mobile right now. Of course you can come to anything. Then sends the details. It's The Rise of the Guardian, an amazing animated film Jeffrey Katzenberg is positioning for an Oscar. 5 p.m. at Dolby Screening Room. 6:30 p.m. casual dinner at the Monkey Bar for Katzenberg. If can't make film and want to see Jeffrey K, come. XOXO Peg. That's EFTA 02560713. We also must consider whether they're being secretive here. Now who is Peg? Well, the original invite was sent from the Peggy Siegel Company. Peggy CC'd by full name on EFTA 020-25245 and EFTA 01886807, and the sign-off XOXO Peg matches another email from October 2016, EFTA 020411167, where Epstein's assistant reaches out to Peggy and says, "Hello, Peggy. Jeffrey wants you to know he's here all week in case you want to see him." And Peggy responds, "Just emailed him. I'm on it. We'll send a list tonight."
Bro, Epstein was literally overseeing the propaganda Hollywood machine, the AI. Bro, this is literally all Epstein's war. I'm telling you, dog. I mean, he put the this initial footsteps into it. You know what I'm trying to say.
And more tomorrow. XOXO Peg. So let me break down what we're actually looking at here.
McNarcy, you feel like you were cloned? We might all be. Who knows? What if we're all Epstein cloners? We're all just island boys. I'm going to be pissed if I find out I'm an island boy. What's worse, being an island boy or being Paul's clone?
Peggy Siegel is not just some random publicist who happened to know Epstein. EFTA 01852482 is a payment ledger from a company called Wagging Tail Entertainment Limited. And it shows
she named it after the movie Wag the Dog, because that's the Wag the Dog. The name of that movie comes from some quote that's like, what is the Wag the Dog quote? This is what starts the movie. It says, "Why does a dog wag its tail? Because a dog is smarter than its tail. If the tail were smarter, the tail would wag the dog." Then the movie is called Wag the Dog. I think that means that the tail, all these other people are controlling the everything or whatever. So anyway, it just seems like, and this whole movie is about controlling the narrative to keep all of the dum-dums at bay so that no one ever knows what's going on. That is pretty much what Jeffrey Epstein spent his entire life doing. That's what all this, the consciousness shit and all the AI stuff, it's literally all to, create the fucking simulation of our lives. This fake show that we have to watch every day, this fake reality show. Oh my God, these people.
$469,781 paid to Peggy Siegel Incorporated in just 11 months, January through November 2011. 37 checks and almost $500,000. But it would seem that Wagging Tail isn't just some random company. There's another document. EFTA 01994205. This lays out the entire financial structure. It says all expenses for the Peggy Siegel Company are paid by Wagging Tail Entertainment Limited, and Wagging Tail Entertainment Limited pays a commission fee to Peggy Siegel Incorporated. The commission fee is equal to 60% of revenue less expenses. So Epstein's money goes into Wagging Tail pays all of Peggy's expenses, and Peggy gets a 60% commission. So she's the one apparently arranging screenings, dinners, and access to people like Jeffrey Katzenberg. And she was still doing it in 2016, years after his conviction. And this isn't just me connecting dots. There are multiple articles online talking about how Epstein used Hollywood publicist Peggy Siegel to re-enter elite circles. And the Hollywood Reporter called it a symbiotic relationship. So, we can say that she was arranging dinners at Epstein's mansion with Prince Andrew, George Stephanopoulos, Katie Couric. The news article reported tens of thousands in consulting fees.
I haven't heard of Captive State either, Gaza Strip, but I wrote it down. I'm gonna watch it.
But it seems that the actual payment ledger says $469,781. Okay, but the Peggy files are pretty crazy. EFTA 01857662, August 12th, 2011. An email chain between Epstein and Peggy. The subject line is Accountant Michael Rubenstein. They're discussing normal business stuff, and then Epstein writes, quote, let the accountant and Michaels do everything. You schmooze and find me a baby mama. Peggy responds, quote, a baby mama? If I wasn't 102, I would take that job in a nanosecond.
Ew.
Couldn't I be the auntie mama? I would be excellent at that job. Here's the problem. You have to find someone who will take it as a business deal and not get crazy emotional. A girl who wants a certain life that she can't get any other way is a candidate, but must be stable like a rock. Take note of this conversation because by the end of the video, you will read that email differently. Epstein replies, quote, I need great genes. Smart, pretty, funny. And Peggy comes back with, quote, I'm thinking this is a position for a European who understands the mistress, in this case baby mama, mentality. You need someone young without much of a career, maybe a professional student, someone who's kept and can just keep going to school, getting all sorts of degrees. Also, who doesn't have much of a family herself. The last thing you want is in-laws. And at the end of the same chain, Epstein writes, no, but there is a commission page from Waggingtail. The same Waggingtail. Again, they're being secretive. And that company was paying her $500,000 a year. EFTA 024-38648, October 19th, 2009. The subject line is tall kids. Peggy writes to Epstein, quote, remember when you asked me what is the most important trait for a child? And I said height, then intelligence? EFTA 024.
Oh shit, man. We're gonna have to walk back our fucking height elitism. We were promised our height 3,000 years ago, though. I don't know if we can. Peggy Siegel is a height elitist. Damn. All right, boys. 5-1 is the new 6-1, okay?
33105, December 18th, 2009. Peggy's on a plane to Nairobi with her daughter, Maddie, heading to Kenya safari that Epstein paid for. And she emails him from the plane, quote, can I bring a little baby back for you? Or two? Boys or girls? So Madonna. EFTA 01.
Yo. Bro, Mind Unveiled is gonna crack this whole thing.
231012, December 24th, 2010. Peggy writes Epstein from St. Park.
At this point, I'd take a lobotomy over being conscious of whatever this is. Yeah, dude. Just go back. Go be dumb. 180 on this, on understanding this shit. Like that guy said. It sucks. It's not worth it.
Quote, please be careful about walking around with 3 girls, even though they're legal.
But bro, also, me being tall is not helping the I'm a clone of Paul's allegations, right? Fuck, what if I'm an island boy, dude? I'm gonna be really mad if I find out I'm an island boy. Being an island boy is certainly worse than being a Paul clone.
I worry about your social resurrection. Resurrection? And then July 2012, EFTA 018-77490. Leslie Groff released a message from Peggy to Epstein. Quote, Peggy says that she does not want young girls with no last names at the screening on Wednesday night of the campaign. She says the press will be there. She requests over 30.
Ooh. Yuck. Dude, Peggy Siegel, she's involved in like so many movies, right?
Whoa, what? Girls at screenings. And then there's this. EFTA 01953263. Epstein's personal reminder notes. His assistant sends him a list and says it's Denial Engine, Music as Lens, Leon Gettner, Katzenberg, Museum of Modern Music, Botstein, David Blaine, Benefit, Tish Game, Gates, Dinner.
Music as Lens? Huh.
Katzenberg is on the same reminder list as Gates. So the CEO of DreamWorks saw this cloning story in 1979, his studio remade it with the movie The Island in 2005, and he is in the files. Private screenings, Oscar dinners, personal invitations, all arranged through a publicist who Epstein paid $500,000 a year. The same publicist he asked to find me a baby mama with great genes, smart, pretty, and funny. And it would seem that Peggy knew about the girls, as he was told, no young girls with no last names. Basically, she's the bridge between Epstein and Hollywood. And some of these emails have a eugenics undertone. Okay, so you have the files and the connections. Now let me show you this film and you tell me if this is a coincidence. Sit back, get some snacks, and let's dive in. The film.
Wait, are they kidnapping kids in Cuba right now too? I mean, how many fronts do we want to do right now? Like, everyone understands that we're living in World War III right now, right? This is it. Kind of tight. We still got the internet, right? It ain't all that bad. For now.
Film opens up and we're flying over an island.
But yeah, all the wars are to kidnap kids, for sure, dude.
And already, we need to pay attention because this is a dream sequence. However, it becomes apparent that this is no normal dream. It's a false memory being implanted. We see this paradise, this island, and it looks heavenly, almost like an afterlife. But there's something very dark about this. There's an angelic woman, but also terrifying at the same time. This is a femme fatale Lucifer reference.
Oh, Tish, like the police commissioner? Well, it could be Tish like the police commissioner, or Tish the... Is Tish the acting school or the like film school, or is that the business school at NYU? I think it's the theater school. Tish is. Stern's the business school. Yeah, it's Tish. Yeah, because her family are a bunch of Nazis. So it could either be the school or, yeah, Tish.
Take note for later. Then we hear, you're special. You have a very special purpose in life. And then, you've been chosen. These are MK Ultra programmed messages. And right as this is happening, we get a butterfly on the screen. That's the signal for Monarch programming. Okay, but the thing is, you wouldn't see that if you were watching the film normally. This whole beginning sequence is in quick flashes. And there's also a shot where there's a memory of when he was 8 years old. Which is weird because there's no indication on why they chose 8. 8 is Saturn. We found out later that these clones don't have real memories. So why does he remember being 8? And in that same shot, one-eye symbolism. Pay attention to this, because there are countless one-eye symbols in this movie. 3 times, okay, it's a cool cinematic choice. 20 times, it's undeniable. It's being used as a control, enlightenment, and initiation symbol. We're going to be counting them. And then we see hazmat suits. People in hazmat suits and radioactive imagery all flashing throughout this dream. Okay, this is crazy because the Epstein survivor, Juliette Bryant, testified she woke up paralyzed in a laboratory at Zorro Ranch, and she mentioned people in hazmat suits. She even said that Michael Bay was present at the ranch in 2004, 1 year before this film.
Like, dude, I don't think all these people are lying. I think we just don't see the full scope, right? I mean, I know none of these people are fucking lying. All the shit that everyone thinks is crazy, nope, just true.
Guys, I'm not saying it's true, but do you realize how crazy this is? An Epstein victim accused Michael Bay of being present at the ranch in 2004, the same ranch that she claimed there was a secret lab.
And it's about, the movie's about cloning?
Alright, now focus. Then, a man wakes up. It was just a dream. But was it? Good morning, Lincoln 6 Echo. An AI-monitored room. The man is confused. It would seem we're in some futuristic environment because the AI system in this facility immediately picks up that he's having erratic REM sleep cycles. Meaning someone or something is monitoring his dreams. We find out that his name is Lincoln 6 Echo. Weird name, right? Well, it's not a name, it's an entry, an ID, a serial number. But we'll come back to the esoteric symbolism towards the end. The man who just woke up from this dream is clearly confused and doesn't know what's going on. There's a notification to report to the Tranquility Center. Seems pretty chill. So he goes to the Tranquility Center, and this is kind of weird. Notice how thought out everything is. So first, he has to go through a wake-up contamination screening process. Then he gets dressed, and of course, he has to put on his Puma shoes. Well, he's missing a shoe, and he talks to a camera on the wall, and we find out that there's some control center. This implies that this man is a part of some type of large experiment. Someone is sitting in front of multiple monitors watching all of this. Every single thing these people do is monitored. But the movie is very fast-paced, so it doesn't explain what's happening just yet. And keep in mind, when people were watching this in 2005, they most likely didn't really suspect anything weird. But now with fresh eyes, it's easy to see. So he leaves
Bro, this is crazy that lady said Michael Bay was here. We think that they be cloning at Zorro Ranch. And then Michael Bay made a movie around the same time that she said he was at Zorro Ranch about cloning? Like, dude, we've been knowing this. Like, I've felt this in my core that they are fucking, like, programming so that it's, like, not surprising to us or something. But also, I think the bigger thing is just making us think that literally everything is... Like, you can just call anyone crazy and be like, you just saw that on a movie. You know? I think that's a really big deterrent. Is to be like, oh no, it was just a movie. But yeah, that lady out of the blue before any of this being released, being like Michael Bay was there. That sounds nuts, but I don't think any of this shit is nuts, bro.
cell, and he starts walking in the hallway with a bunch of other...
But now it doesn't sound nuts because, you know, it's got corroborating evidence. They were fucking talking at the same time.
People wearing the same clothing. They get into an elevator, and this scene is where we find out some more of the lore. The elevator AI system says, "Good morning, July 19th, 2019. Now this film came out in 2005, but they set it to 2019.
Yeah, people who don't believe this shit are literally crazy.
So were they saying that this technology, human cloning, organ harvesting, all of this was going to be possible by 2019? That's a very interesting date to pick, is all I'm saying. And ask yourself,
is this movie is The Island? This cloning one?
if you're a skeptic of a reality like this, why haven't these experiments happened? Let's just say this, it's not the tech.
Yeah, everybody's like, I mean, dude, what do you think ethically? They're like, oh, ethically it'd be wrong for us to do this. What do you mean? They're blowing up babies and fucking grandmothers. You don't think they'll clone a baby to fuck it? Do you know who we're talking about? We're talking about Netanyahu, dog.
It's laws. The tech already exists. So we know the year, but technically this is the future in 2005. Right after the elevator AI says the date, then this guy from The Sweet Life of Zack and Cody says, "Another day in paradise." Take note of that word, paradise. So they're chilling in the elevator when an announcement on the screen comes on. It's
Paradise clone nuts.
An advertisement for the lottery.
Sorry, that was bad.
Basically a MK Ultra commercial. Why is it MK Ultra? MK Ultra is when the images flash fast so you can't process them and it goes directly to your subconscious. You'll see this throughout the whole film. So this commercial comes up with this hype music and it has these flashing images. Clearly trance-inducing as they all stop what they're doing and stare. Boom. The island. Your prize. The island winner. Starkweather 2 Delta. And then we get an attractive woman who appears on the screen and says in a sensual voice, "Your time has come. You're moving out to the island." Then the winner, Starkweather 2 Delta, played by Michael...
Oh, and what, they get put on the island and it's like a fucking... It's like a billionaires get to hunt you type shit.
Clark Duncan is on the screen and he's the celebrity talking about...
Bro, I miss Michael Clark Duncan, right? Man, it's a good thing he left before I found out whether or not he's a Zionist, right?
How the biggest dream of his life just came true. And then he says, "I've only been with you guys for like 6 months, but I won." He's Mr. Popular. He can't believe it. He's going to the island. And notice the circular black and white background. This does create a hypnotic effect on the viewer. This is a fake celebrity endorsement being used to sell the lottery to the rest of the people here.
And this movie literally came out the same year as Idiocracy. Bro, again, they're like, yeah, we're going to make y'all dumb as fuck, bro. We're going to make y'all so stupid you're going to love being enslaved.
Does that remind you of anything?
You're gonna literally call it freedom, like a bunch of dummies. Big dumb idiots.
So Starkweather won, and he's freaking out because he gets to go to the island. That's what's happening in the scene. Okay, but let's take a few notes. This is a lottery system, which is announced by, what I would argue, a sexually charged female announcer to a bunch of people who seem to be living in a controlled environment. And the biggest dream is to win this lottery. So you go to the island. Let's continue. The last thing that she says is the island is nature's last remaining pathogen-free zone. That's what they call the island. The beginning part is extremely detailed, so bear with me. It is all important. So they're still in the elevator, and this guy's getting upset because he's been here way longer than 6 months. Why does he never win? The lottery is literally stressing them out. Then we cut back to the control room. We got a disturbance on elevator 12. So any change in hormonal level is monitored. Someone behind the scenes is tracking all of them. Then there's this conversation between the clones, and we find out that some of them have been here for 2 years, 3 years, and then this one guy says he's been here for 7 years. So we know that this operation has been running for at least 7 years. Then we get a zoom out wide shot of the facility, and look at this is crazy. It literally looks like a generator. And it also looks exactly like the pod towers from the Matrix.
Lamham just said there was a 6.4 whatever the fuck earthquake in Alaska.
Where the humans are stored as batteries, which suggests the people in the experiment are being used as an energy source. So they get off the elevator, and the guy who was freaking out is now in trouble because he had a disturbance, meaning he got upset. So they ask him to swipe. So here's more lore. They all have these bracelets. The movie doesn't explain this, you have to pause and read it to understand it, but these cuffs are called ether cuffs, which supports the idea that they're batteries. Why else would you call it that? But these are ID bracelets, the mark of the beast. Also note that the guards are in black suits, so they are the men in black, the men outside the Matrix with the knowledge of the true system. He scans the bracelet, pulls up the profile on the tablet, Gondu 3 Echo. You've been flagged for public disturbance before. Now we start to see the inside. We're in a main lobby and a cafeteria area. Everyone in this experiment is wearing the same exact white clothes. They're basically all just hanging out in this Brave New World looking lab. It does actually look a lot like that 80s movie. But this scene is showing all the public facilities and amenities. They have yoga, entertainment, a bar. They're all just hanging out in paradise, right? Except everything's monitored. And again, extremely detailed. Not in the actual plot or the action scenes, but in the lore and specifics of this experiment. To me, it's clear that this is where the majority of the effort was. For example, so Lincoln goes to get some food and he scans his ether cuff at the cafeteria and immediately the AI flags him. Nutrition warning, and it tells him exactly what he can eat. Choices are fruit, oatmeal, or any type of bran. But weirdly, he really wants bacon, and the lunch lady says, "You got a nutrition flag, that means no bacon." So the system decides what you eat. He tries to get eggs and sausage, but again the lunch lady rejects him. So he just gets goop. But then this woman walks up to him and says, "Watch and learn. This is Jordan 2 Delta." And notice, she's a Delta. Lincoln is an Echo. So those are different classifications. And the second she gets to the counter, the lunch lady's whole attitude changes. So she goes up there and gets 4 or 5 pieces of bacon. A Delta can override the system, but Echoes can't. And she gives the bacon to Lincoln. I just think it's weird that they chose bacon. But keep in mind, this is subtle Sophia symbolism. We see a lot of this in Frankenstein. In a way, Jordan is Lincoln's guide and inspiration. Okay, but I went over that because this whole skit right here is just a eugenics Brave New World scene. There's a class system, Deltas get treated better than Echoes, different privileges, different food, and the people in the experiment don't even question why. Well, immediately one of the guards separates them. There are proximity rules. They're not even allowed to get close to each other.
Sonic. Ether cuffs, symbolic of how they've jailed us, exactly.
And this is a strange scene. So they're all sitting down, and they're all simultaneously reading from a book. And it's literally Dick and Jane. "Who wants Sally?" said Dick. "I do, Jane. I cannot find Sally." "Get up, Dick, get up and help me find Sally." But these are adults reading children's books. They're being maintained at a child's level, so clearly that's programming. Next, we meet Dr. Merrick. Lincoln gets called in to see Dr. Merrick, and we meet the main guy behind all of this. Look at his office. Notice the Picasso painting on the wall? And he does have this orb object on his desk, almost like a Palantir. So Merrick sits Lincoln down, and the whole vibe's like a therapist session. How's Lincoln 6 Echo today? My only job is to see that you're happy. But then he starts pulling up the files. The files show that you've been regularly interacting with Jordan 2 Delta. Proximity could become a concern. So he knows everything. He even knows that Lincoln's been having nightmares. So Merrick asks him to tell him about the dream. And Lincoln says, I'm on a boat, heading to the island. And Merrick goes, a boat? He's obviously caught off guard. What kind of boat? Because why would Lincoln know what a boat is? He's never seen one. He's lived in this facility his whole life. The fact that he said boat means that something is leaking through. Merrick asks what happens in the dream, and Lincoln says, I drown. And Merrick says, well, maybe you're afraid of winning. And Lincoln says, why would I be afraid of winning? But Merrick just says, you tell me. So Lincoln is starting to question everything.
This is also very Scientology-y, it feels.
Who decided everyone likes tofu? Why can't I have bacon? Why is everyone wearing white? Who cleans my clothes? I just want to know answers. And I wish that there was more. And Merrick goes, more? And Lincoln says, more than just wanting to go to the island. He's waking up now. He's asking questions that nobody else asks. Why do I eat this? Why do I wear this? Who runs this place? And then Merrick hits him with this. It's your nature to question things. But don't you realize how lucky you are? You survived the contamination. That nature has left you a Garden of Eden to repopulate. That, Lincoln, is your purpose. Garden of Eden, repopulation. Are you listening? This is the cover story, and it's biblical. God telling the creation its purpose. And then Lincoln asks him, and you? Aren't you going to the island too? And Merrick just says no, he's not going. He has to run this place. He's the god of this world. Then Merrick looks at Lincoln's drawings and sees that he's been sketching a boat. And at the bottom of the drawing it says, Renovadio. This is always in his dream. Renovadio. Take a note of that. So Merrick says he wants to run some tests. Nice test, he calls them. And then he brings Lincoln into this lab, and there's a machine that locks him down. He's gonna do a synaptic brain scan. And Merrick says, totally harmless. Don't worry, it's painless. The scan works through nanotechnology. It's these tiny spider-like robots that crawl through his eye. So bug symbolism. And Lincoln goes, it hurts. And Merrick just says,
and little nanoparticle fucking metal symbolism.
Not really. Lincoln's like, yeah, it does. But Merrick, like a hypnotist,
they eat the winner of this? Of course they do, bro.
Says, no, it doesn't. Then look at this shot. The microsensors will move along your optic nerve. They'll be uploading readings to us over the next 24 hours. So in 2005, they are showing you this technology in detail. Notice the one-eye symbolism in the same frame as the nanotech. That's not an accident. Oh, and by the way, I will point out the product placements because think about it. How dystopian is it to be watching a movie about this and getting advertisements at the same time?
Crazy, dude.
That's 2005 for you. So Lincoln goes to work and we see this interface. It says the current operator is Lincoln and the task is to inject glutamine 2%, 12 milligrams into nutrient line A2. This flashes on the screen for maybe like a second, but look at the detail. This looks like real science, real IVF software. They designed an entire UI interface for this 1 second shot. And the job is basically this. Lincoln is sitting at a long table with these tubes laid across it, maybe 30 of them, half red, half blue, and his job is to inject specific amounts of nutrients into them. On the other side, there's another clone doing the same thing with the red tubes, which could be blood, but these are different nutrient lines basically. And they're all wearing these blue coats with a logo on them. So Lincoln asked the guy next to him, do you ever get bored doing this? And the guy goes, I never really thought about it. Lincoln says, where do the tubes go? And the guy just points. They start there and they go right there. He has no idea, and none of them do. Which is a perfect analogy for the mainstream. Someone questions the system, and the answer is, well duh, it's obvious. But nobody actually knows where the tubes go.
Yeah.
Then they notice this new guy, 7 Foxtrot, and he's in this stupor. They're trying to teach him how to do this job. And one of the clones says, man, did we all look that stupid when we went through decontamination? So it's telling you that every clone goes through this phase. They basically come in blank and slowly get programmed into their role. So now this guy next to Lincoln, and this is interesting. He goes, hey, Mr. Man with all the questions, let me ask you this. And he leans in, the lottery's supposed to be random, right? What if it's not? What if it's rigged? So this is basically our conspiracy guy. But it's our clueless conspiracy guy. The one that makes alternative researchers look like crackpots. He pulls out this crazy note, and he says that he's been charting the last 20 people who won a spot on the island. Excluding, of course, the women who were picked to be breeders. Okay, whoa. So the film is telling you that some of the female clones are selected for reproduction. And so what he did is he took the first letter of each name and assigned it a point value based on its position in the alphabet. Like the last guy, Starkweather. S equals 15, and then Q equals 15. S equals 19. Do you see what I'm saying? And Lincoln's like, no. But essentially this guy is doing gematria, assigning numerical values to letters and trying to decode a hidden pattern.
He's doing gematria, that's hilarious.
In a 2005 Michael Bay movie. Okay, but this scene's doing multiple things at once. It's showing you how conspiracy theorists work. He has the right instinct. He feels something is wrong. But he looks crazy. His math doesn't add up. He still doesn't have the full picture because he's trying to crack the system to win, not to escape. He almost accidentally cracked the code, but he still believes in the lottery. That's a metaphor. So, then out of nowhere, a woman collapses holding her stomach and everyone rushes over. She's an alpha, and she's pregnant. And the moment they realize this, an announcement comes on. Lima, you're going to the island. And then look at Jordan's face. They are genuinely happy for this woman. She hugs her, all the people are applauding. It's a celebration. And then it cuts to Jones in the background going, that's fair, that's real fair. Because basically, a pregnant woman just skipped the line that he was trying to hack. And they all watch her leave like she's won the golden ticket, but nobody knows what's about to happen. Then right after this, people in white hazmat suits come in to clean up the scene. And it's kind of like Monsters, Inc., the same energy when they come in and clean up after a human sighting. Kind of weird. Now we're moving on to the next scene, and Lincoln's at a terminal and he calls tech services. I'm down. Computer guy's in Sector 6. Then he gets a contamination kit and says he has to go deal with it. But clearly this is an excuse. And he takes a try key. Then he leaves. This is where we meet Mac, Steve Buscemi. He lives in the back end of the facility, like the maintenance tunnels. This is Sector 6. Lincoln comes to see him because his chip fried again. And Mac,
I guess we don't have to watch this movie after this.
it's just like, yeah, your chip fried. How much longer do you think that one's gonna work? So he knows this is an excuse. Obviously this was their gig. Realistically, it doesn't make sense. But the signal is, this is a secret meeting. The strange hermit who teaches the beginner the basics of knowledge. So Mac's a supervisor, but he's not like the others. Obviously he's living in basically a cave, and on the walls, there's photos of models, magazine cutouts of women. And Lincoln notices this and says, are these your friends? And Mac goes, yeah, sometimes. Lincoln's like, where's their clothes? But Mac never answers it. So again, you're gonna see these subtle undertones. Sure, on the surface, he could just be a lonely guy with magazines, but think about who this character is. There are no signs that he's a creep in the film. He's actually the most human character, I guess. But he has a catalog of real women on his wall in a facility that makes artificial people. Note that. Then Lincoln asks, what's with Dr. Merrick? Mac tells him that he has a god complex. All doctors are like that. They think they know everything. And Lincoln says, what's God? So the religious symbolism is there. He doesn't know what God is. He's never been taught the concept.
Does Ewan McGregor have a British accent in this movie?
And Mac, this mechanic living in the pipes, he goes, well, you know when you want something really bad and you close your eyes and you wish for it? God's the guy that ignores you. So this is an insight. That's his theology. That's how the film defines God for the clones. Through a pessimist in a boiler room. Then Mac tells Lincoln, you know, you have a really sweet deal here, because you're special. And Lincoln goes, why? Why am I special? But Mac won't tell him. It gets serious though. He says, you don't tell anyone about our conversations, do you? Because that can get me in big trouble. So think about what this scene is really showing you. A supervisor in a classified facility, secretly meeting with a clone, sharing forbidden knowledge, risking his position in the back rooms where nobody can see them. This is a secret society dynamic. It's an Enlightenment reference. The initiated sharing truth with the uninitiated in a hidden chamber. And then as Lincoln is leaving, he sees a butterfly or a moth. It looks more like a moth, but it still holds the same mind-control significance because it is multi-layered. He follows this bug through the corridors, through a door marked Warning, Level 3 authorized personnel only, and this is when he catches it. What's happening is, if there's contamination that wiped out the outside world, if nothing can survive out there, Then how's a bug inside the facility? The contamination must be a lie. The bug is a bug in the system.
This is very much like that show Silo.
In this case, it's the opposite of the symbol in the Matrix, where the bug is a parasite. In this instance, the bug is a random chance anomaly in the system. But again, it's another enlightenment symbol. He is waking up to the truth. And then as he's walking through the main facility, there's this Department 6, Department of Recreation. I haven't been pointing them all out, but hopefully you've noticed all these 6 and 9s and the inversion of the two. They are all throughout the film. Okay, so now we follow Mac. He walks into a room, and it looks like this is his job. The first thing you see are these 2 monitors. One on the left has the machine's operating software showing all the log data, and the one on the right is a full database of every clone in the system. And right now it's selecting one by ID, and the machine is grabbing that specific pod for the inspection. I'm just saying that had to be designed by a developer. And again, I get that sci-fi movies show this type of stuff all the time, but this is actually quite detailed for a random sci-fi movie that isn't even a series. 2 guards are helping him out, and one of them says, "Man, you'd think with all the money this place is raking in, they could afford decent equipment." So this is a funded operation. It's raking in money. Here's the first close-up of a clone in the pod, and if you see the logo, M for Merrick. So we know this is a corporation. It's called Merrick. Merrick. America. Then they go to work on one of the pods and someone says, "Ready?" And then they just cut it open like a C-section. What comes out is a full-grown adult human being, covered in fluid, gasping for air, and they're like, "Breathe, breathe." It's actually pretty brutal. I mean, think about this compared to being born in the loving arms of your mother. The clone is like a newborn baby, except it's a fully developed adult.
This is Matrix.
Then the doctor comes in and says, "Looks like we have a fine product." So they're like livestock. And this shot's insane. The camera pulls back and you see the full scale of the operation. Dozens, maybe thousands of these pods throughout the entire facility. What's interesting is that they're different stages of development. Some of them are blood vessels, skeletal, or fully formed adults floating in fluid. This is industrial manufacturing of human beings. And they designed this set. Someone had to build this. But if you follow the camera, this is an interesting technique. Something only the back-end director would think. The camera follows over the pods, and then it goes through the nutrient tubes. The same tubes Lincoln was injecting nutrients into all day at his job in the Department of Labor. But like I said, watch this shot. The camera tracks the tubes from the pod room, through the walls, through the infrastructure, all the way back to the front end, to the workstation, to Jones sitting right there feeding the tubes. So he's been feeding the clones. That's their job, to create more clones. And they have no idea. That doesn't seem like a Michael Bay shot to me. That's a visual metaphor, where the camera physically traces a supply chain from the product back to the unknowing worker coming back full circle. So now Lincoln's back in his room, and the moth is in a glass jar on his nightstand, and look at the shot. One-eye symbolism. Okay, now you might think that's a reach, but it's a deliberate composition. The cinematographer framed the bug and the eye together in that same shot, and he says, "little bug." Now think about that. In The Matrix, Neo had a literal bug implanted in him. A parasite, a tracker, the system controlling
Mind
it.
parasites.
But here, it's reversed. The bug's not a parasite, it's the revealer, a glitch in the system, an accidental life form that got inside the facility, and it's going to lead to the clones waking up. It's a bug in the software. And the way Lincoln is looking at it, the jar's like right in front of his head, like it's inside of his mind, almost a homunculus reference, the genius awakening within him. Then we cut to what the clones do for fun, and this is pretty wild. They play virtual reality games, and it's connected to Xbox. So Lincoln and Jordan are fighting each other in this full body motion tracked virtual reality system, and it's branded Xbox. And who owns Xbox? But notice that their virtual selves experience
Literally Xbox.
pain. He spits out a tooth and bleeds a little bit. So even the game system is conditioning them to associate virtual experiences with real physical sensation. Then the clones apparently have nightlife. They actually have a club. So the facility has a lounge, it's got the colored lights and music, basically the illusion of nightlife so they don't go crazy. It honestly reminds me of Brave New World because it's almost like they're giving them Soma. Give them entertainment, keep them pacified. And then we even get an Aquafina ad. It's really random.
Jesus Christ, Michael Bay, calm down.
When you're watching the movie too, they come out of nowhere. The camera will just randomly zoom into the Aquafina water bottle. Then they have another eugenics detail here. Lincoln has to drink this dark, sloppy vegetable juice. while Jordan's ordering this beautiful petal juice that's good for her skin. Remember, she's a Delta, so she has higher privileges. We get another one eye here too. Then Lincoln tells Jordan about the bug. So this is where it falls apart, because Jordan says, but I thought they went extinct with the contamination. And then Lincoln mentions, well, how did they get past the pathogen sensors? And he goes, how does anyone survive? They keep finding people and bringing them here, but where do they come from? Notice how the bug is connected to questioning and becoming more awake. And Jordan pushes back. It's good that they find survivors. Why do you question the good? You only think about the bad. So she's just completely nescient. She believes the system. She's hopeful and positive in a situation where she has no idea what her fate actually is. Lincoln just says, I have a feeling that something is wrong. Again, we see the control room, monitors everywhere. The lottery's back on. It's operating literally like a television production. That's what it is a show, and they have a whole team running it. Good evening, live from EtherCon. EtherCon? So notice how this lottery winning system has a headquarters with a fictional reel called EtherCon. She says, welcome to the lottery spin. It's been a busy week. We had a record 2 winners so far. Tonight's winner will be selected at random for relocation to the island, transported to the world's last paradise. And as she says, transported to the world's last paradise, pay attention, look at the shot that's on the screen. Merrick is watching from above, drinking something, and the drink is red, 100% red, and his face is framed in one-eye symbolism. How else do you explain that? This is during the lottery, during the announcement of who gets transported. The man who runs the slaughterhouse, watching this election, drinking red with one eye. That one shot alone ties the organ harvesting to sacrificial blood ritual imagery. If you know, you know. The names spin, and it lands on Jordan 2 Delta. Step up, your time has come. You're moving out to the island. And look at this shot. There's hundreds of clones in white, all clapping and celebrating like a congregation, like a church. Jordan can't believe it. She goes to Lincoln and says, I have to go in the morning. And Lincoln says, you were right. Good things do happen. But Lincoln knows that something's not right. And behind him on the ether screens, we see the words, your time. Everyone's celebrating, but he's the only one in the room who feels that something's wrong, but he doesn't know why. They're then separated, and she walks away and says, I'll see you on the island. Lincoln goes to sleep and the dream starts again. But this time it's different. It's more intense. Okay, so I really need you to pay attention because what happens next is one of the most important things in the entire film. And it doesn't seem like anybody's caught it. The dream starts with flashing images, MK Ultra style programming, the island, the doctors, and then buried inside the sequence, frame by frame, single frame inserts that you can't see at normal playback speed. You have to go frame by frame. That means it's subliminal. Okay, here's what's in the sequence. It says obedient, flashes for 1 frame, then a rising sun, a baby being born, love, the island, stop, an image of contaminated America. So Merrick is America. A beach, the island paradise, lucky. And look at this. Notice the typography. This is that magazine print style. Does that remind you of anything? Remember the incubator victim? If you watched part 1 and part 2, you should know what I'm talking about. And then we get more one-eyed symbolism, and then an abduction scene. Doctors in masks pulling Lincoln from his bed. This is a memory of him being born as a clone, being replayed as a nightmare. You have been chosen. And something interesting. In the dream, Lincoln appears to be in a car with the number 14. Seems like he's some type of celebrity or a driver. A flash of his sponsor's life bleeding through. And then a man in the mirror with black glasses, like a man in black, says, the island awaits you. Jordan reaches out her hand. The island awaits you. Lincoln wakes up. Now look at the composition. His head is behind the jar with the bug in it. So it is kind of a homunculus reference. The genius is in his head now. The awakening is happening. That's what the dream sequence is. So those subliminal frames, obedient, love, lucky, you wouldn't be able to see them if you were watching this at normal speed. The clones are programmed by screens in the MK Ultra room, and you, the viewer, just got programmed by the subliminal frames in the movie. So Lincoln still has the tri-key from earlier, and he's sneaking back out to the facility on his own. Now if you think about it, this is kind of a plot hole. How is a clone walking around the facility freely at night? Don't they have cameras? Unless Merrick is allowing it. unless the system is testing him, letting the bug do its work, seeing how far his curiosity goes before they intervene. So he comes up to the sign, level 3 authorized personnel only, contamination risk. So this is the edge of their world. The story that keeps everything away. If you go past here, you die. The entire foundation of this facility runs on this lie. The outside world is contaminated. No clone could go past this point. Why would you? But Lincoln has the bug. He put the bug in a matchbox, notice the background, and when the moth flies up, this shows that the air isn't toxic. So the contamination is a lie. Okay, but notice the device here. The bug revealed the truth. And this is something that most people would miss, because right after this, there's a ladder going up. Obviously rusted because why would anyone go up there? But Lincoln climbs it. Okay, but this is an esoteric layer. This is Jacob's ladder. This is important. In the Bible, Jacob dreams of a ladder connecting earth to heaven, and angels ascend and descend on it. So, Lincoln is ascending, climbing out of the underground false reality toward the truth above. Now that's kind of obvious, but what's not well known is this is a Masonic reference. This is degrees of initiation. You climb the ladder of knowledge. So whoever wrote this script knew exactly what they were doing. He gets to the top and opens a hatch in the ceiling. One eye. This is him entering a higher realm from below. And look at it. The bright white hallways. It's heaven. It does look like that one scene from The Matrix. And that's not an accident, because Lincoln's literally unplugging from the simulation right now. He's seeing the real world for the first time. So he finds some blue scrubs, puts them on as a disguise, and now he's blending in with the staff. Alright, so get ready because this part's very dark. So he comes across a room, and through the window he sees a woman giving birth. It's Lima 2 Alpha, the woman who fell earlier. So this is the woman who was pregnant. She was really pregnant and she just had her baby. She's crying, she's happy, she's so beautiful, I've never seen a baby. Can I hold her? The doctor says, not just yet. Now, look at this shot. Lincoln's in the foreground, smiling, happy, but in the reflection, we can see the doctor's holding a green syringe. The audience sees it, but Lincoln doesn't. You know what's coming, and it's pretty disturbing. The nurse, this evil lady holding her baby, and the mother who just gave her birth, putting all her trust in the nurse, says, are we going to the island? She thinks she's won. She had her baby, now she gets to go to paradise. But this other woman, the nurse or attendant, she nods, yes, sweetie. But she knows. She's done this thousands of times. She knows exactly what's about to happen, and she just nods and smiles like it's nothing. Then this woman, the same woman who just said yes, sweetie, while holding her baby, straps her down. Then the doctor injects Lima with the green fluid, one eye symbolism in this shot too, and Lima starts to realize something's wrong. She gets scared. She realizes she's dying, and the attendant, the woman who comforted her 10 seconds ago, holds her down and watches her die with this cold satanic stare. She's seen this over and over. Soulless. Lincoln just watched all of this, and now remember, the white veil. That dream sequence earlier, Jordan appeared in a white veil, like a bride, like an angel. During the dream, Jordan appeared in a white light veil on the island. The island. And now a white sheet covers her body. The veil is death. It was always death. The white veil in the dreams, the white light at the lottery, the island itself. It's the passage from life to death. Then, the baby's taken, and we cut to the outside world. It's this clean room, and this family's receiving their baby. Congratulations, it's a beautiful girl. And this woman's extremely happy. And then the nurse says, whenever you're ready, we have copies of your policy termination for your records. Policy termination? They signed papers for this.
They're having their clones have their babies? That's awesome.
This family knows what they bought. The baby is a product, and Lima was the packaging. But did you notice something? I'm not going to point it out right now. I'll save it for later. And immediately after the scene, right after you watched a woman get murdered and her baby stolen, the film cuts to this character, and it's basically Helen from Drake and Josh. Okay, so that's 2 times there are actors from kid shows here. I just don't like the switch up. It's almost insulting. It was just extremely tense. And now there's a loud, bubbly woman going, Starkweather? That big, cute football player on the Reebok commercials? Oh, I love him. Is he in there? It's comedic relief, right after the murder scene. And that's not an accident. That's the film manipulating your emotions the same way the facility manipulates the clones. Give them something horrible, and then distract them with something loud. The film is doing to you what it does to them. Again. Okay, but this scene just keeps getting crazier. So Helen mentioned Starkweather, the big celebrity football player, and we cut to the operating room. It's Starkweather 2 Delta. So he's a clone of some famous football player from the Reebok commercials, and they have him on the table for organ harvesting. Take note that the surgery tech in the scene looks way beyond 2005. They have advanced holographic monitors, laser cutters, pretty much the whole thing. So they're doing surgery when Starkweather's heart rate starts rising. Then he starts fighting the ventilator. The doctor says, "I don't want to have to euthanize this guy to get his liver." Then Starkweather wakes up, and this is a big guy. He sees what they're doing to him. They're cutting him open, and he starts destroying everything, ripping tubes out, knocking equipment over. He runs out of the surgery room with this open wound, and they actually shoot hooks into his legs like they're catching livestock. Now this scene's really bad. They pull him back to the surgery room, and the guards just say, "Easy, easy, don't damage him." And during all of this, he's screaming at the top of his lungs, "I want to go to the island. You promised. I want to live. I don't want to die." He still believes in this dream. Even while they're dragging him back to have his organs removed, he's begging for the island. The programming is so deep that even in the moment of his own murder, he's asking for the reward he was promised. That's how complete the control is. But what you don't see is that this is extremely traumatizing, not only for Lincoln, but for you, the viewer. That's intentional. So Lincoln's hiding, but a guard in black walks up to him and says, "You okay, buddy? It's not the first time this happened, you know?" This happens on the regular. Clones wake up on the table, and they don't even care. He says, "Ethercon, product is secure." Lincoln knows the truth now. He knows everything. The island is death. The lottery is sacrifice. The facility is a farm. He just watched a woman get murdered for her baby, and a man get dragged back to surgery screaming for a place that doesn't exist. So, that is a Jacob's Ladder reference. He ascended out of the...
Wait, what? Jeff Garland fell out of a 50-story building and survived without a scratch? What do you mean? There's no way. What?
The underground.
The Illuminati didn't like what he said on the Adam Friedland show.
Into the truth. He witnessed the reality behind the veil, and now he has to go back down, so he descends the ladder, back down into the material world, back into the Matrix, carrying this new knowledge. That's a Masonic initiation. You ascend, you see the truth, you descend back into the world of the profane, but now you carry the light. The Freemason...
Wait, what do you mean? I'm not seeing anything about this.
Literally encoded a degree initiation to a Michael Bay movie. They're not even hiding it. They showed you in 2005, and from their perspective, they're not wrong, because they told you. They told all of us. Do you still think the square and compass on the cover is just an accident? So while this is all happening, we cut to the security room. The guards are watching the footage of Starkweather's escape, and they think it's funny. They all know what this place is, and they think it's hilarious. Then Merrick walks in. "Gentlemen, I understand there's been an incident." This is where Merrick realizes that the clone in disguise was Lincoln. We have a product on the loose. So Lincoln's freaking out. He rushes to the female quarters to get Jordan before they find him. So now we're in Jordan's room, and look what's behind her. Now it looks like a window. So wait, the facility's right by the island? They stare at it and constantly dream about going there. So they essentially are constantly reminded of this false illusion. Lincoln finds Jordan and tries to tell her the truth, that Lima and Starkweather are dead, the lottery is a lie, and they're gonna kill her next. Now Jordan doesn't want to hear this, so she shuts him down. She still believes that she's going to the island. But then Lincoln says it, there is no island. So what the scene is that one person sees the truth and is trying to show someone who hasn't, so they reject it. He just learned something that the masses will not accept. They can't fathom the reality that they're in. Then one of the guards says, 6 Echo and female teller, floor 32. Floor 32? No, it's not 33, that would be too obvious. But one below 33? Another subtle Masonic reference. But note that now that someone knows the truth, the facility goes into full lockdown. A contamination alert has been issued for Lincoln 6 Echo. Anyone coming in contact with him will be quarantined. So they weaponize the contamination lie.
And you're never going to motherfucking island, bitch.
They're telling you right now how psyops work. You take someone who knows too much, and you tell everyone else that they're dangerous, diseased, contaminated, and now nobody will listen to them. Now Lincoln and Jordan make a run for it. The men in black are chasing them through the facility, They go through door 6 into the Sector 6 basement. Then we get a Michael Bay chase scene. So they escape through a pipe and then they fall into this room. Now this isn't just any room. This is Sector 5, the MK Ultra room, the mind transfer room. This is part 3 of our series. This is the stage where the clones are—
Bro, this is literally all the thing. Jeffrey Epstein was like, all right, here's what we're going to do. We're going to clone it. We're going to grow babies out of them. Then we're going to drink and eat their babies and kill the cloners. Then we're going to frickin', what else are they doing? We're going to do consciousness swaps with them. We're going to organ harvest their bitch asses. We're just going to rape them. We're going to rape them a lot. Can you make a movie about that, Michael Bay?
They're born in the pod room. They're—
If Michael Bay, I mean, dude, that's what Christopher Nolan definitely is a Fed director. But, I mean, most directors are. They gotta be. Dude, we've just been watching Jeffrey Epstein movies. But yeah, what does that mean about Transformers? Transformers real as fuck? Is that what the Anunnaki are? They're a bunch of Decepticons? That would honestly make sense, that they're a bunch of evil AI robots in the shape of cars.
brought here, and then their minds are programmed. The memories are implanted, and the personalities are constructed. But just look at the scale of it. Notice how they're being programmed. Screens. Screens above every single pod, projecting directly into their eyes, 24 hours a day.
Why are they all so wet? Why is everybody so fucking wet? What's going on?
Messages play on repeat. You've been chosen. You have a very special purpose. You're a part of a new beginning. You're special. You want to go to the island. Now even Jordan's starting to wake up. She's starting to remember these exact same phrases. The consciousness research is in the Epstein files.
And dude, that's like the fucking psychic driving that they used to do at the MK Ultra shit. They would put headphones on and then knock people out, like put them in like 40-day comas, and then just have a loop. But the loop would be like, you hate yourself, you're ugly, you hate the skin you're in, you want to die.
It's the same pipeline. Map the brain, build a model, install the
Yeah, Soul the Disney movie. That's also real.
program, control the output. But this film is showing you this in 2005. So the Men in Black catch up, they find them in the MK Ultra room, and they continue with more chasing. They then end up at the edge of the facility, they find a wall, and on the other side of it, they see the sky, the ocean, and the island. And
what, Nekomesha, you make cartoons? I'll watch a cartoon.
for a second, it looks like the facility is right by the island. But it's a projection. The entire sky is a hologram. So this is an underground lab.
Honestly, bro, the Anunnaki being machine robots too makes a lot more sense with the gold.
With a fake holographic sky. So they escape, they go past the power grid, into the underground tunnels, and they eventually climb out of Silo 3. So they've made it to the real world, born again, in America. Now the film cuts back to the facility, and we hear the lottery woman making these announcements. Lincoln 6 Echo remains in quarantine after contamination exposure. And then Jordan 2 Delta was safely transported to her new home on the island. Okay, but both of those are lies. And then we see Jones 3 Echo, Lincoln's friend from earlier, the conspiracy guy. And he's worried because his best friend has been contaminated. But he's also asking questions too. He says to the doctor, "Where do all the tubes go?" And the doctor shuts him down. But the point is that the seeds are spreading. Lincoln questioned first, and now all the people around him are starting to question too. Okay, so this is probably the most important sequence in the film. So listen closely. The next scene is the investor pitch scene. We learn a lot here. Merrick has a partner, and it's obvious they're trying to sell this whole operation to investors. This is insane. So Merrick starts his pitch, and this is where the film finally explains what this company actually does. It's almost like a promotional video playing for the investors. Almost like an orientation video. The human organism, unique in all the universe in its complexity, the product of 3 billion years of evolution. Perfect in every way, except one. Like all machines, it wears out. So that's how they see us, organic machines with expiration dates. Then he says, for centuries, the idea of replenishing the human body has been at the forefront of modern science. Now, I already showed you an example of this. While the dialogue is going on, a specific shot is shown on the screen. Not only is this intentional, but it's a cinematic device. As soon as he says for centuries, the idea of replenishing the human body, look at what appears on the screen. A little girl holding a dark bunny. Now, she appears multiple times during this scene.
And that bunny
But what
is
does this
sad,
girl
bro. That's a sick bunny. I hate it.
have to do with anything? This seems very dark and it looks coded. Let me show you. Look at the flower. That's a hidden pentagram facing down. Then look at the strings. That's XXX. Now you could say this is just a coincidence. Or I could say it's giving me Balenciaga vibes. In 2005, about cloning, connected to the Epstein files. Yeah. Now this happens fast. You would never notice this if you were watching the movie normally. Merrick takes the stage and says, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the next generation of science, the agnate. Do you get it? It's a subtle hint from the esoteric director that this is replacing the old method for immortality. This is called an agnate, not a clone, not a replica. And this is by design. This is their corporate branding for their product. It's an organic frame engineered directly into adulthood to match the client's age. Now think about what he's saying. In the real world, the problem with cloning is you have to wait 20 years for the clone to grow up. So it's not really commercially viable. But in the film, they solved it. By creating an organic frame, basically, the body can be grown at any age instantly. Remember the pod room? They had different stages of growth. Stage 1 is the blood vessels and brain. Then they build a body around it. And by the time it's harvest ready, it's an exact physical replica of the client at the client's current age. Within 12 months, it will be harvest ready, providing a carrier for your baby, a second pair of lungs, fresh skin. A carrier for your baby? Wait, hold up. First off, that has horrible implications. But remember Lima? Remember the woman who just got murdered after giving birth? That's what this means. The real person, or whoever paid for this, didn't want to go through pregnancy. So she had her clone carry the baby, and then the clone was killed after delivery.
Crazy.
That happened about 15 minutes ago. And now Merrick's explaining
this shit is for real, bro.
Service with a smile. All genetically indistinguishable from your own. And in compliance with the eugenics laws of 2015. Eugenics laws? Remember, this film came out in 2005. So 2015? Is this projecting a timeline? And then Merrick says, all our agnates are maintained in a persistent vegetative state. They never achieve consciousness. So this is key. In order to sell this product, they have to lie. They never think or suffer, or feel pain, joy, love, hate. It's a product, ladies and gentlemen, in every way that matters. Not human. Okay, but we the viewers know that's a lie, because we just spent the last 50 minutes watching these products laugh, cry, fall in love, ask questions, and fear death. Merrick knows they're conscious. Then Merrick introduces Whitman, his public relations director, the seller. He says, I want to talk about the smartest investment you'll ever make, and I want to tell you how you're going to live 60 to 70 years longer. There it is. They're selling life extension. And if you can extend life by 60 to 70 years with this tech, that means they have the tech for effective immortality. They just aren't saying that out loud. But watch. Now we get introduced to this black French guy called Laurent. Albert Laurent, Black Hawk Security, he arrives by Black Helicopter. So Black Project. Merrick introduces him as highly recommended by the Defense Department. His men are ex-Delta Force, SEALs. Laurent himself is former GIGN, French Special Forces. My interpretation...
Yeah, Peppa, we watched that Marine get his hand broken earlier.
...of this scene is, this is American intelligence and French intelligence working together on a classified project funded by the Defense Department at $120 billion. They're telling you this is Black projects.
Yeah,
Laurent
and that
says,
shit got me mad as fuck too. I hate watching people break shit too. Here, real quick, we'll take a quick break and watch one of Nekomesha's cartoons.
We had line in the grocery store. People at the register just staring at each other. It's like, what are you doing? Are you done? What part of the transaction are you in? Can you go? You let it go. It's like, am I in the Twilight Zone? Am I in the outer limits? Women asking me, like, are you married? You have children? It's none of your business. Well, my son goes to Mud City. My dog plays the flute. I don't give a flying fuck what your family does, what teams they're on. What is wrong with people?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure you're just an asshole. And here's your bill.
Fuck yeah. 5-minute warning. Load your bongers.
Hey, you! Who, me? Yes, you. You can't bring that demon in here. But it's my seeing eye demon. Jim, where did I put my watch?
Yeah, Necomesha made these.
You remember you set it on the table. You said I'm gonna set it on the table for the time being. The time being?
I love that you do the sound effects and shit too.
I take this for me now.
Alright, well, let's watch one more. Oh, damn.
Holy shit! You things fucking exist?
Excuse the fuck out of me? Why wouldn't I exist?
Because you're fucking ridiculous.
Look at you, motherfucker. Look at me. Look at you. You ain't got no wings. And look at that hair.
That's so funny.
Ain't nothing going on with that hair. That is the straightest, most basic ass hair I've ever seen in my life. And what are these dangly things down here? What the fuck is that?
What do you mean, my legs?
Did you just call those legs?
You legs.
You get out of here. Look at these. Look at these. These are legs.
What is he even wearing?
These are pants. They're cargo pants. Look, they're closed. This is normal.
I think it's time you get the fuck out of our pyramid.
Dude, these are great.
I understand.
Oh yeah, sorry, here's the link. This is Necomesha's channel. Oh, 1 minute warning. What do we want to listen to? This is Break For It again. I do love this song. Yeah, I want to hear this again. Fuck it. Kind of a shitty recording. Happy 9/11. Make a ghost. You guys see any? You seeing this ghost? Here's the ghost. Do you see that ghost? The recording's not bad enough to turn it off, right?
take a ride. Come on, just you and me. Come on, let's make it right for it, baby. Let's make it.
Oh, to all my DMB heads too. I just listened to the Lily White sessions for the first time last night. It was fucking awesome. Oh damn, we got 86 people in chat. What up, boys? Happy 9/11. Song's got such a groove, right? I love it. I'm a sucker for flute too. Dude, Mac, yeah, definitely sample this shit. Yeah, I'm a huge flute sucker. It would be a great song you play in your whole house in the morning. Yeah, hell yeah. Yeah, T-shirt Dave is great. Did it say we hit 100 monkeys? Damn. Travis, you've been listening to DMB for 25 years? I'm a new convert. I think Dave Matthews was maybe a little... I think I was too young for Dave Matthews. And like by the time I was like listening to music, he was like on the radio heavy. And I just think that I just didn't really click with me at that age. And then I kind of never really thought about him again. But yeah, when I went to I really got into him when I saw him live. After the first song, I saw Dancing Nancy's was the first song that I saw them play. And I was like, whoa. This is crazy. All right, anyway, happy 9/11, boys. We did it. Another 9/11 in the books.
And you had corporate theft. Merrick says, yes, that's what I told the Defense Department. The reality is a little more complex. So the Defense Department has something to do with this? But listen to what Merrick says here. After several years of trial and error, we discovered that without consciousness, without human experience, emotion, without life, the organs failed. Meaning they tried to make vegetative clones, and it didn't work. The organs need a living, feeling, conscious human being attached to them.
Oh, you saw them live with Willie Nelson? That's awesome.
they deteriorate. The entire business model
How many shows have you gone to?
is built on a lie about consciousness. Again,
There's so many people that'll be at the shows with like shirts or like signs that are like 87th show. How cool. That's so
directly
many.
connects to part 3.
Bro, I would kill to have gone to that Central Park show that they filmed. Whoo, man. I love that performance. I really, really like, was his name Rich Taylor? He was an incredible keyboard player. I like Buddy a lot. His energy is awesome. I love his singing. And he's really great. But there's some stuff that Rich does that I'm like, God damn, bro. But I mean, Buddy's awesome. I'm not one of those people that's like, oh man. Oh, they should have just stopped playing after Leroy died. Dude, when I listened to the Lily White Bartender version. So there was a whole album that they recorded, and I guess all the boys were boozing pretty hard or something, and I guess they like recorded it with this guy, something Lily White, and then the whole album, like 13 songs, they scrapped it, and then they released this other album that all the Dave Matthews fans were kind of not happy about every day, because it kind of, I don't know, what was it, stripped down, and I'm not sure what all of the criticism was of it, because also everything that I know about Dave Matthews now is just like tainted from seeing them live, because I feel like their live songs are all very much different than their recorded songs. But a lot of people, I guess, were mad about the album that they released instead of this other one. But so the recordings are all kind of raw. It's like a home recording almost. But a bunch of the songs have different versions than ones that were released like 2 albums later. They did save a bunch of the songs and end up putting them on an album, but they changed some of the songs, and a bunch of people are like, they were way better on the like demo recording. But yeah, I listened to Bartender, which is like one of my favorite songs, and I love the saxophone stuff that he's doing at the end of that is so fucking cool. I honestly like it better than the flute thing. Honestly, they should have just done both. They should have just had, because the song's about dying, and it literally sounds like the guy who dies is he's like literally fighting with Lucifer and God simultaneously. That's what the saxophones sound like. But then the real album recording, they used a flute, and it sounds more like angelic and less of like a demon battle, which was fucking awesome. Anyway.
But pay attention.
You've been to 12 or 14 shows? Hell yeah, dude.
Scene has another one of those camera metaphors. While Merrick explains all of this to Laurent, the film intercuts with Lincoln and Jordan in the desert. Because think about what's happening right now. You're witnessing certain secrets. During all this, Lincoln and Jordan, the escaped clones, are now in the desert, and there's clearly a cinematic emphasis on showing how dead everything is. This is them leaving the Garden of Eden. Some more biblical references. Okay, but they eventually show up to these ruins. Looks a little strange. There's a shot where he throws a glass bottle in frustration and it shatters, and then in silence they hear a rattlesnake. So the symbolism is, they broke the glass ceiling and encountered the snake of truth. The real world is harsh. They're essentially making a comparison. Is the real world much better than our designed paradise? Yes, it's way better. But they want to program you with that, so they do this multiple times. The clones don't even know what the rattlesnake is. They've never seen an animal out in the wild. Okay, but the occult symbolism here is, the rattlesnake is the serpent, but it's inverted. In Genesis, the serpent was the deceiver. Here, the snake is proof that life exists outside and that the contamination is a lie. The real world isn't dead. The serpent is the truth. This is Gnostic inversion. And while this is going on, Merrick continues his exposition over these desert shots. Keep that in mind. As he's saying this, the clones are now in these ruins. Obviously intentional. But it's not just ruins. It's a temple. Listen to what Merrick says. We control them with the...
Damn, Elsie, you've hit 41 shows and it's your 10th year in a row going to the Gorge? That's so awesome. So you're going to hit 41, 42, and 43. Are you going all 3 nights of the Gorge? That's cool. Me and Skitteroni went to 5 shows last summer. I got to try and get my numbers up. Yeah, because all these people, they got 50 plus shows. That would have been really cool to like follow the band. Because like, dude, the thing that I love about them too is that they're so prolific, right? Like, they tour all the time. That's the problem with most of these bands is they'll tour like, they'll do like 12 shows in a year. Dave Matthews literally tours the entire summer. It's sick. Although this year I feel like it's very slimmed down. They cut back a lot. But I do think it's because they're doing a ton of festivals. I think that's what all the shows, like the dates, they keep announcing festivals that weren't on the official schedule. But that's awesome.
The memory of a shared event, a global contamination. It keeps them fearful of going outside. Does that remind you of anything? The island is the one thing that gives them hope, gives them purpose. Everything we expose them to, their programs, their cartoons, books, the games they play, are designed to manage aggression and reinforce.
Yeah, he plays the Gorge. He has the Gorge for every Labor Day weekend. How long have they been doing it? At least 10 years. But then, do they always do the Mexico show, the 3-day weekend Mexico show with Dave and Tim too, where it's just the two of them? But they always have a ton of like special guests and stuff. That's the other thing I love too, is that they always invite cool ass good musicians to join them, and like. Or even part of their road crew. There's this one guy, Joe Lawler, I think. He's like one of their guitar techs, and he comes up and shreds on cornbread occasionally. I saw him do that once. But yeah, dude, they're so fun live. There's nothing like taking your shoes off and your socks off and stomping your little footsies around in the grass as the sun is setting. Every show too is like literally timed perfectly for the sunset. You'll get like 4 or 5 songs before the sun sets. It's great. It's so awesome.
Simple social skills. Do you hear what he's saying? This isn't about clones anymore. This is about the Hollywood propaganda mechanism. That's literally what the media does. That's what the entertainment does. That is what you are watching right now, a program. And the director of the film is telling you that through the mouth of the villain. To avoid obvious complications, they aren't imprinted with an awareness of sex. We find it simpler to eliminate the drive altogether. So they removed sexuality from the clones entirely. And then Merrick says, in a very real sense, they're like children. Children. The clones are like children. They're educated to a level of a 15-year-old. Okay, but what's crazy is that this connects to the files. There's an EFTA that talks about a robot with childlike intelligence. Okay, but really pay attention here, because this is a detail that unless you're experienced with occult film analysis, most viewers would completely miss this. Now this is 2 scenes at once, the Intel secret scene and the clones in the ruins of a temple scene. Look at the pillars. This exposition, all of Merrick's dialogue, plays while Lincoln and Jordan are sleeping in the temple. They fall asleep in what looks like a ruined temple. Then the Merrick scenes play.
Bro, this is straight up, this is almost longer than this fucking movie. We're at 1 hour and 24 minutes and Mind Unveiled we should have just watched the movie.
So basically, as this is going on, the full secret of their reality is revealed. Then, Lincoln wakes up with the one-eye symbolism. They're actually really on the nose with it. What this means is, they fell asleep in the temple, and the exposition played as a dream. Then, they woke up with the knowledge that they couldn't have heard. This is temple sleep. In ancient mystery traditions, initiates would sleep in the temple and receive visions and knowledge during the night. The Freemasons literally practice a version of this in their degree ceremonies. And so, It would seem the director of this film, not Michael Bay, encoded a tempo sleep initiation sequence into a Hollywood blockbuster. The audience is the initiate. You went to sleep in the theater, you received knowledge through Merrick's mouth, and now you wake up knowing the truth. You literally just got secretly initiated and didn't know it. You don't believe it? You'll see the truth by the end of this video. So now Lincoln's awake, and a motorcycle drives by on the highway. So we realize that they're near a
It's still on.
road, and they find these signs.
It's still going. This has got to be the end of the movie. Close, right?
Route 39. And then we see the matchbox from earlier, the one that held the bug.
But this movie honestly does look kind of tight. I might check it out.
And it says Aces and Spades, where Route 39 meets the Tucson Skies. So they're in Arizona. Now they have the address, and this matchbox was from Mac, the guy from Sector 6 who handled the pods. So
I'm definitely a super fan, or whatever you want to call it. I have no kids and no husband, so until this band retires, I'll keep going. Yeah, dude, that's the thing too, is I'm like, I gotta go as much as I can, because I worry that one of them is gonna croak, and it's just because they're good people, and they're not, like, they don't run, you know, fucking, they aren't Dick Cheney. So I'm like, how many more losses can they take before they quit? But I also don't know if Dave, I feel like Dave's going to be like Willie Nelson. Like, Willie Nelson still performs all the time. Neil Young does, he performs a lot, doesn't he? And he's old as fuck, and he still doesn't give, did you see that, what was that fucking kick-ass song that he was singing in Minneapolis a few months ago? He was playing like a fucking grungy rock and roll song and screaming. He's like 90 years old. I hope that Dave lives to 105. Same with Carter, Rashawn. Wouldn't it be funny if I was like not Stefan? No, I'm just kidding. Stefan's the youngest. He'll live forever. Is Mind Unveiled low-key complimenting Michael Bay's script, though? I mean, yeah, bearing all this truth is pretty awesome. He's a cuck, but possibly, though. Carter's 65 and he's 10 years older, and like, Carter's still the best drummer ever, but like, there is definitely, you can kind of tell that Carter's getting a little older, you know? But yeah. So yeah, it's like, is Carter gonna 70? What, 75? Like, how long does this train go for, you know? That sucks that Carter's 10 years older than everyone. That's a fucking bummer. Bro, what if they have that violinist Jake Simpson play with them this tour? I could see them doing that. Everyone was really stoked on him. And didn't he play all 3 nights at the Gorge? Sorry, everyone, that I'm just talking about Dave Matthews. He joined when he was 16. Groomers.
So they start heading down this road to find this Aces and Spades place. Now here's some more cinematic encoding that I feel like most people would think is a reach. It's a foreshadowing element. Now you tell me, you see this palm tree? That's a phallic curve. You think that's a reach? It's essentially suggesting that the next scene is sexually charged. And would you look at that? The 2 clones walk into a bar that's basically a PG-13 strip club, with more brand advertisements. And yes, I'm pointing this out for a reason. There are many sexually charged elements in this movie connected to the clones. Literally, Jordan is an innocent child-like clone. She gets offered a Jack Daniels and doesn't even know what it is. Remember, these clones have zero awareness of the real world, of alcohol, of social dynamics. And some guy at the bar is already trying to take advantage of her, getting her drunk, asking for her number. She doesn't even understand the concept. The film keeps coding these sexual predator dynamics around Jordan wherever they go in the real world.
What, real fans get mad about talking about Carter retiring? Why? Like, speaking it into existence? I mean, I think that they'll all play forever, but I'm just saying, like, how many 75-year-old drummers are there? I hope a ton. I mean, I think that they'll just, you know, they'll morph as they
as they get older. It'll still be cool. Dave's still going to be singing about eating, going out to eat, you know? Wait, I did hear about that. I was at the Gorge the weekend that Carter got COVID in 2021, and Buddy Strong played the drums all weekend and saved the whole weekend. It was awesome. That's so cool. I did hear about that. Oh, you're saying they're all mad because they're in denial about the band's end? I mean, dude, what an epic fucking run, though. It's been like, what, 30 straight years? That's... And every single show and every song ever played was documented. But yeah, boys. I mean, after... It never has to end because there will always be DMTB, the Dave Matthews tribute band.
So they meet up with Buscemi. Buscemi gets mad at this guy hitting on Jordan. They go back.
Carter needs a clone, dude. They need to hire Merrick to clone Carter. Just as a backup. We'll get a dawn, day, and a dusk of all of them. Then Dave Matthews, we'll foundation them. Then Dave Matthews' band never disappears.
Back to the bathroom, and there's this really weird scene that, again, is sexually...
Didn't Dave Matthews' band have such a huge following? They definitely have an egregore. Dave Matthews says that they only have 30,000 fans, and they all just go to every show. That's what he said last year at one of the shows I was at. That's really funny and kind of true.
Charged. In the next scene, they go to Mac's house. Okay, now this is really weird. One of the first shots of this scene is a life-size hula dancer doll. Okay, take note of that. Then we find out that he has a wife that's way out of his league. Now look, I'm not trying to be mean.
Cloner.
Not at all. I just think this is on purpose. I mean, it's Steve Buscemi, guys. I think most of us can agree there's something weird about this. I'm pointing out the trophy wife aspect for a reason. He's like extremely mean to her, and she's so nice. It doesn't make any sense. But there are some subtle signals here that I will break down, but I just want you to notice that. He like owns her.
What do hardcore fans think about Jeff? Because I didn't really know Leroy. I didn't know any part of Dave Matthews really when Leroy was around, but I fucking love Jeff. But there are a bunch of recordings where I'm like, damn, Leroy tore this shit the fuck up. Leroy also kind of gave me more like avant-garde-y vibes, which I really like. Like, I love Jeff still. I love Jeff a lot. Big time. I'm a huge Jeff head. But I feel like I've seen forums of people whining about Jeff. I love Jeff. It would be sick to have... I did see it. There was a show where Jeff played with Leroy before he died, because they were all buddies, right? Jeff is well repaired in the fan base. Yeah, because didn't they hate him in the beginning? But yeah, no one can replace Leroy. Yeah, that's true.
Tells her to shut up and sends the wife out for beer, and then sits Lincoln and Jordan down. Lincoln says, "Why do they lie, Mac? To keep you from knowing what you are." "What are we?" Mac says, "Man, why do I have to be the guy who tells the kids there's no Santa Claus?" "Okay, look, you're not like me. I mean, you're not human. I mean, you're human, but you're just not real.
I fucking love Rashawn, too.
You're not like a real person, like me. You're clones. You're copies of people out here in the real world."
Wait, what crap do they talk about Tim? Sorry, I need some lore.
Some hag.
Tim's the guitarist. What do they talk about? What are they talking smack about him because he's like 5'4"? That's rude as fuck. Yeah, I think Dave Matthews Band fans just don't want to grow up. And honestly, I think it's okay for bands to change and stuff, you know? You have the glory days. You can always reminisce. They literally have almost every fucking show recorded ever. They've got 100 shows on Spotify you can listen to. I'm sure there's a billion bootlegs. Like, it's okay. Things change, guys. Would you rather they just stop playing? It would be cool to clone Leroy Moore.
Trophy wife needs new skin for a facelift, or one of them gets sick and they need a new part, they take it from you. Interesting that they actually added trophy wife into the dialogue. Note that. And then Jordan says, but I have a mother. I remember her. I grew up on a farm. I have a little dog and I have a bike. Mike cuts her off. Right. No, those are memory imprints. I've seen them. A buddy of mine is a programmer at the Institute. He showed me. Institute? Then he says there's 12 stories. They change around little details, but they're all pretty much the same. So the clones are given 12 fake histories, and they just swap out small details like the color of the bike or the name of the grandmother, but the structure's identical. Every clone thinks that they had a unique childhood, but it's just the same 12 templates recycled over and over. Memory uploading, installed during the MKUltra room programming. But think about how this relates to the real world. How many histories do we have? How many versions of the same story do we all share? The life you think you had before the contamination, it never happened. So how long have we been alive? Mac tells him that you're Echo Generation, so you're 3. Delta means you're 4. 3 years old, 4 years old? Okay, but this is actually a plot hole. We found out earlier that Sarah Jordan's sponsor was in a car accident and needs organs within 48 hours. But Jordan has been alive for 4 years? There are a few more plot holes like this as the story continues, but I started thinking, what if the story wasn't their focus? It's the blueprint in your face that was their focus. They didn't care enough to fix the lore because the lore wasn't the point. The encoding was. Max says, the whole reason you exist is because everyone wants to live forever. It's the new American dream. And there's people out there that are rich enough to pay anything for it. Lincoln says, don't people care that they kill us? That they take parts from us?
No.
That's a shout out.
And bro, this movie also feels a lot like that, or Us. Is it Us or Them? The Jordan Peele movie where they all live underground, the clones?
They don't know. They think you're vegetables simmering in a jelly sack. Why do you think Merrick has you stuck in an old military bunker below ground? So the lab is underground, and it's an old military bunker. Underground labs in the desert. Then he makes a strange analogy. Just because people want to eat the burger doesn't mean they want to meet the cow. That's a cattle reference. Your sponsors? They're like high society, rich and famous. Okay, boom. This is a reference to Hollywood, the real power structure, to people who fund these programs in real life. And if the sponsors knew the truth?
Bro, this movie is fucking real life, bro.
Merrick would be out of business.
It's called Us. Yeah, thank you, Alien Buns.
Which inverted means if the public knew the truth about what these people actually do, the entire system collapses. Our entire world's framework actually depends on it. Or at least it seems that's...
Wait, Travis, are you a Tim hater? I love Tim. The funny thing that people saying that Tim's too loud, whenever we were at the show, me and Skitter would goof about how quiet he was. We'd be like, turn him down, because he couldn't hear him. Maybe they took that to heart and turned Tim down. That's lame. Tim is not his guitarist. Tim is a regular studio guitarist on albums and sometimes guest appearances at concerts. Yeah, he was at all the shows last year. No, Tim is great. He's bait, not a part of the band. Oh, he's just not a part of the band? Like, yeah, he doesn't record on the albums. Is that what you mean?
What this movie is saying. Lincoln makes a decision. We have to find our sponsors and tell them the truth. The real truth. So I will say there is an element of exposure in this movie. It seems as if they're highlighting all the issues with this reality as well. Almost like a warning and a mocking at the same time, strangely. So now Mac decides to help them out. He tells them there's...
Yeah, okay, Tim is absolutely a permanent member. Travis does not know what he's saying.
Sponsors' names. Tom Lincoln and Sarah Jordan. The number in their name is a regional code. 6 Echo means your sponsor lives in LA. So they gotta go out of state. Alright, but this scene is super weird and random. But I would say it's intentional. He brings Jordan into the back room to change some clothes. He says, oh no, you're gonna wanna come in here. And then he brings her into this room that's clearly sexually charged. There's lingerie and outfits hanging everywhere. They even have this weird chair and mask. It's clearly been used, and then he starts handing her literally sexual cosplay outfits to put on. Like a maid outfit, a nurse outfit. And then look at this. He literally pulls a bra out of the closet to see if it would fit her. He's imagining her in the clothing. Now, you may think this is a reach, but remember the EFTA about sexy androids with a gorgeous realistic face in mind uploading? So this is what Steve Buscemi does with his wife. He has a private cosplay collection. And then Max says, these are bags, okay? You put stuff in them. Backpacks for boys, purses for girls. Understand? But look at the context. They are standing in his sex room and he's speaking to her like she's a 5-year-old. Backpacks for boys, purses for girls. And she even says, we're not idiots. But listen to what he says. He says, well, excuse me, miss, I'm so smart I can't wait to go to the island. So he's mocking her. This scene happens fast, so you really wouldn't notice it. But he holds up lingerie and says, people don't really wear these on the outside. These are mail order, okay? These stay here. Clones don't wear these. So what is the point of this scene? Think about it. Who is Mac? He's a maintenance guy at an underground cloning facility who somehow has a supermodel wife who's freaky beyond belief, has a sex room, outfits, lingerie everywhere, and now he's speaking to a clone of Scarlett Johansson like she's a child. That's because she is a child who never has seen a bra before. But Mac's wife, that beautiful woman from earlier, who is she? Can we just be real for a second? Buscemi? Really? Okay, so hear me out. This isn't really a part of the analysis. I'd categorize this more as a fan theory. But if correct, it does add more weight to the thesis. And obviously there is some background lore here, but it's just never explained. My theory is, Mac's wife is actually a sex clone. It seems that someone actually wrote that into the script, but they didn't allow—
Ooh, at one point in this movie, he comments on her having soft skin. I'm like, is that a sign of a clone? Yeah, dude, you know Tyler's skin soft as fuck, bro. Translucent almost.
Elaborate on it. Now, I can't prove that, but I'll let you decide. You want to explain why this woman blindlessly does what Buscemi tells her to do? Again, you can make your own decision there, because that's up for interpretation. But the reason I say that is, well, technically Mac is the good guy here, but we can't just ignore that scene. Like, what was that? Anyways, then Mac gives Lincoln his credit card. This card's like STEM credits.
Oh, Tim. Yeah, Tim has played guitar on all the albums, too. Please, guys, I know what I'm talking about. I trust you, Elsie. You're right.
But then he says this. I know you're new to this whole human experience and all, but there's one universal truth, and that is, you never give a woman your credit card. So he does have hatred towards women, God, and the whole world in general. I would say that supports my theory.
Oh, damn, because I didn't see. Travis is over here saying Tim Reynolds is not in the band, period. That's why it's always featuring Tim Reynolds. Oh, man. I'm not pitting you two against each other. Stop talking. We're not losing any more nitwitches over this.
So they get to the train station, and there's a scene where the clones see children for the first time. They've never seen children. No babies except the ones being born for the clients. Mac tells them not to trust anyone and to get on the train to go to LA. But then Laurent's team shows up. The Black Ops security tracked the nanobots, and they're at the train station, and Mac sees them first. Now this is fast, but there's a spiral shot as the gun comes out. Mac gets hit, and he falls over the banister into the glass below. A sacrifice.
Well, I do think that the thing that would indicate it is whether or not he was inducted with them into the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame, because Rich Taylor was not. And he played with them for years and years. Maybe he didn't record it with them. I don't know.
The man who revealed the secrets, who broke the fourth wall of the facility, who gave the clones their first taste of freedom, gets killed for it. It's the archetype of the whistleblower, the insider who helps you escape, but doesn't make it out himself. So from here, the film basically becomes a different movie. This is all the Bay stuff. The chase sequence, the music, explosions, jet bikes, car crashes, all these building collapses. It's basically Transformers for about 15 minutes, and then it's very clear that this front-end director is doing his thing. But even inside the Bay chaos, there are details worth catching. There's a shot where they sit down on the Amtrak, and the advertisement above them is a Terminix ad. For Bugs, it's the end of the line. Another interesting detail is that the Black Ops team sets up in a van and taps into the entire city camera system. They even have facial recognition image match probability.
Okay, Michael Bay's The Island is 2 hours and 16 minutes long, okay? If Mind Unveiled beats that, that's incredible, right?
And the progress bar does show 66% as one of the steps. In 2005, they're showing you AI facial recognition surveillance as a tool of a black project.
And yes, Tim was inducted, so there. Travis said, LOL, just saying. Travis is trolling.
This is a decade before it was publicly acknowledged. Now, just to be clear, the 66 part is a growing percentage, but the fact that they chose 66 as one of the stopping points, I'd ignore it if there weren't several other cases of 6s. And literally, the next shot, it's 6th Street. This 6th Street appears multiple times in the film. The clones are chased on 6th Street. Then the truck has a 9 right under the 6. The facility has Sector 6 as the critical area. Department of Recreation is Department 6. And there's another scene where they have this MSN butterfly logo that appears on this AI search terminal. It's basically this booth that Lincoln uses, but it has the monarch butterfly symbol. I don't think that's an accident.
Yeah, dude, Jordan Peele movies are awesome. When the fuck did Nope come out? Wasn't that like 2019 or some shit? When the fuck? When are we getting a new Jordan Peele movie? Or did they already turn him? Is he changed? Did they put him in the sunken place? He's gone?
And Laurent's team uses fake FBI and SWAT credentials. Even fake police IDs for a black ops operation run by a private military contractor with Defense Department backing. But there's this really weird plot point. Apparently the actual police show up too, and they don't know what's happening. So the real law enforcement and the shadow enforcement collide, and of course the shadow enforcement wins. Jordan then sees herself on a Calvin Klein billboard. The clone is discovering that her sponsor is a supermodel, which is another—
Oh, Creatress, you might be a clone? I guess stories of my birth are told differently by different people. I was adopted. The first pics of me were I was in an incubator. I can't think about it too hard. LOL, I'm a fucking clone. Is your skin soft? Do you have a belly button? Get back to us, please. Belly button check.
weird connection. And then after this insane chase, building signs falling, jet bikes exploding, they survive, and a construction worker looks at them and says, wow, Jesus must love you, because they got lucky. But then he looks at Jordan and says, come on, girl, I know Jesus loves you. Again, sexually charged, inverted symbolism. So the chase ends, they survive, and now we go back to the facility where something else is happening. We see Gandu, who knows about the flying bug. So basically, this information leaked to the other clones. They don't know the full truth yet, but it's clear this one's far too curious. So this clone goes to Merrick to tell him about it, thinking he's being helpful. Can you keep a secret, Doc? There's something going on around here. Something you may not even know about. He has no idea. He genuinely thinks Merrick doesn't know. He's like a child telling his parent about a monster under the bed, except the parent is the monster. You know, I'm not sure that the container—
My wife was adopted. We tried to find her birth fam and found out the woman died. Then they said there's no way that my wife was hers. The frick? So your wife was just, what? Immaculately conceived by thin air? Oh, goodness. Your wife might be an underground baby that made it up, above ground.
Contamination is real. And Merrick plays along. Why do you think that? Have you told anyone else about this? No. But I'm gonna do some digging. I'm gonna get to the bottom of this. And then Merrick says, you were one of the first of the Echo generation. You're very smart. The Echo generation. The clones that are starting to wake up. The clones that remember. And by the way, remember—
Oh, Echo! Yeah, because they're getting like echoes of their cloner life, their real life.
that name Echo? Because it shows up in another series we're gonna talk about later. And then Merrick goes full demiurge on this guy. It's natural, even healthy to question the world we're presented. You might say, it's only human. Only human, and then he injects him. The clone who was curious, who wanted to help, who trusted his creator, gets a needle in the neck mid-sentence. Because now Merrick knows that the Echo generation is aware. He knows curiosity is spreading. And you know what his solution is? Extermination.
Jordan Peele helped.
I mean, the Gnostic.
He helped with that Him movie, which I believe is about Cade Cunningham in Detroit. Basketball, not football, like Cameron Cade in the movie. Yeah, but he was like a producer on that, right? So he didn't like write it and direct it.
Is blatantly off.
I'm ready for a like written and directed by a Jordan Peele movie. It's going to be about lizards running the government.
Obvious. They end up making it to LA, and they find the real Tom Lincoln and show up at his house. So this is the real Lincoln. Tom Lincoln is clearly wealthy, and so the clone's walking around, and then the real Tom Lincoln attacks him. So the clone Lincoln tells him that he's his policy. And interestingly, the real Tom is Scottish, meaning a foreign client. And then Tom meets Jordan. Now this is another weird scene. He immediately starts flirting with her. And remember, Jordan likes clone Lincoln, so she's comfortable with his face. So in a way, she's somewhat comfortable with this because it's in her nature to feel something for Lincoln. But notice what's going on here. She does not understand the real Tom Lincoln's intentions. And what does he do?
The next thing Jordan Peele's doing is a sequel to Nope. Alright, he's probably got a good idea, I guess.
The very first thing, out of nowhere, he says, "Boy, your skin is so soft," and then kisses her hand and strokes her. I mean, you could classify that as assault. And Lincoln's sitting right there. So this Tom Lincoln just met a woman who is a perfect copy of a supermodel, and his immediate response is to touch and kiss her skin. And they play it off like he's being charming, but look at the context. He literally just learned that she is a manufactured being, a product, and he's handling her like he's test driving a car. She's unbelievable. That's what he says to the clone after Jordan goes upstairs. It's clearly sexually charged. And if you want confirmation, he says, "How is it that you've been around for 3 years and you end up with that kind of woman I haven't been able to find my whole life?" The clone says, "She found me. She's my best friend." Watch, he's about to confirm it in a moment. But then Tom shows him the workshop. He designs boats, cars, motorcycles. So he's a designer. And then the clone Lincoln sees the designs and says, "It's weird. I feel like I've seen these before." Because he has, genetically. The memories are in the DNA. That connects directly to the files. Okay, but pay attention. This is very important. Then he says, "What's renovatio?" Tom tells him, renovatio in Latin means rebirth. Latin in a movie about cloning? Why would a Scottish boat designer name his racing yacht a Latin word meaning rebirth? It's not about the plot. It's because the back-end director put it there. That's secret society coding. Renovatio. Take a note. Then Tom says, "Subtle?" No, it's not subtle at all, actually. Meanwhile, at the facility, the scientists are looking at Lincoln's synaptic scans, and what they find breaks their model. This is a synaptic scan we took of 6 Echo 3 years ago, right before we integrated him into the agnate population. Now, this is a synaptic scan from a few days ago. You can see how much the memory's grown. It's like he's experienced 30 years, not 3, which is obviously impossible. The doctor tries to explain it away. Or maybe this is scarring from a cortical infection, and then Merrick shuts him down. An infection can't teach you Latin, or how to fly. These are memories, but they're not his. They belong to his sponsor. So this is genetic memory. The clone is downloading the sponsor's life through DNA. That's literally in part 3. And they even mentioned Johns Hopkins. They'll be back from the Johns Hopkins neuro, and then Merrick cuts him off. But it seems like that was a real institution name dropped in a movie about secret cloning. Either lazy writing or it's deliberate. Given everything else, I think we know which one it is. Okay, so back to Tom Lincoln's house. And like I said, if you were doubtful about the sexually charged nature of this whole arrangement here, this is your answer. Tom Lincoln tells the clone that he has cirrhotic hepatitis. That's a liver disease. And when the clone doesn't understand, Tom explains it. A partying gift from God for all my philandering. The clone doesn't get it. So Tom just tells him, lots and lots of sex. That's what destroyed his liver. That's why he needs a replacement organ. That is why the clone exists. This is a metaphor for being able to sin without consequences.
Yeah.
And then pay attention. The real Tom says, "You're a virgin?" Now this isn't clear, okay, in the movie, but think about it. So you have your genetic copy walking around with Scarlett Johansson's clone. So Tom is realizing that his clone is a virgin. But the way he says it, "You're kicking around her and you're a virgin?" You see, the immediate implication is, why haven't you had sex with her? Because he would have. This is a predator's instinct. But the subtle undertone is the possible implication that he's realizing Jordan is a virgin. That would support my theory. The clone doesn't even know what sex is. He barely knows what a credit card is. But Tom Lincoln, the real version, his first and only thought about Jordan is sexual. And Tom tells Jordan that she's in Maxim. Pictures of women with little tight shorts, stories too. So she's a Maxim model. And then the president comes on TV. A hurricane is hitting Florida. Presidential address. But Lincoln, the clone, looks at the screen and says, "Is that your community announcer? I know that guy." Tom says, "He's the president of America." But Lincoln says, "He has a clone." Again, some more background lore that they never really explain. So the president has a clone in the facility, but where is he? I believe he's referring to the MK Ultra handler in the dream sequence.
Ooh.
Because that's the only person that resembles the president that he could be talking about. This is actually another Easter egg that we'll talk about in a moment. But Lincoln wants to go on TV and tell the truth. If we can get on there together, people will see us and they'll know the truth. But Tom tells him, "So you think that we're just gonna waltz down to NBC and see if they can slot us in after the weather? But who would believe it? I'm looking at you in the face and I don't believe it." They literally don't even think that you would believe it. Lincoln says, "There are thousands of us. Everyone we've ever known is gonna die in that place." And so Tom smiles and says, "All right, let me get my shoes." But he's lying through his teeth. And Jordan knows this. Tom then calls Merrick Biotech. And this is another audience proxy moment. Tom Lincoln is a representation of us. He's the person who gets to see the truth, has the power to act, and chooses comfort instead. He's every person who reads.
Yeah, Paul can absolutely be fixed. We can fix Paul for sure, bro.
The EFTA files and then just goes back to scrolling. He's every viewer of this video who will deny it or forget it.
Oh, break for it stuck in your Creaturus and Zane's head. Dude, it's always stuck in my head. It's so good, right? It's a catchy little tune.
The film is asking you, are you Tom Lincoln or are you Lincoln 6 Echo? So Tom Lincoln betrays them, and he's playing it cool, but Jordan sees through it immediately. So Tom and Lincoln get in his car, it's a V12 Cadillac, and he activates it with his fingerprint. You're worth every penny. We even have the same fingerprints. Okay, but then we get this long chase scene. But interestingly, the final confrontation between the two Lincolns happens inside this building that has these pillars and an angel statue in the center. Obviously not an accident. This is another temple. It clearly has Masonic influence, and this whole scene happens with a fallen angel.
Bro, how much happens in this fucking movie? My God.
This is the doppelganger scene. Laurent doesn't know who the real clone is, so he has a decision to make. The same decision the audience has been making throughout the entire film.
Fallen angels.
Which one is real, and which one is fiction? Okay, but Laurent shoots the one with the collar. He actually shoots the real Tom Lincoln, and the clone walks away. Meaning, the clone is the real better version. He outsmarted the original and Laurent. Or did he? Look at what just happened plot-wise. A clone just tricked a Black Ops mercenary into killing his own client. So then why would Laurent just let him walk? Clearly he was confused for a second, so it definitely crossed his mind that this was a possibility. Why wouldn't Laurent arrest him, investigate, call Merrick? Because the plot doesn't matter. The blueprint is the priority. So pay attention to this next scene. The initiation is closing, and it will break its own logic to get there. Here it is. The moment the film shows you what
they clone Tyrone is so fucking good, dude. That movie is hilarious.
It really is. So they're standing inside this old world building with columns, and this isn't just any building. Remember, this is supposed to be a futuristic LA. So why did they choose this building? This isn't a futuristic building. This building isn't in LA. Do you know what this building is? This is insane. Guys, this is Michigan Central Station. This structure is a major red flag. Let me show you one of the oldest photos of this building. What do you notice? Anything weird? If you think this looks normal, you might need to get your eyes checked. This is a massive 18-story Beaux Arts tower looming over a rail yard with trains everywhere. They called it the gateway of the city. Okay, yeah, but why is this place completely empty? Can we just be real? First off, this is a painting. Probably to hide this front area right here. Now, historic Detroit has a whole gallery of construction photos. Of course they do. They need a backstory.
That's goofy.
But let's look at what they actually have.
That looks drawn.
They have 18 photos. 10 of them are railroad infrastructure, tunnels, dirt, excavation equipment, not the building. The ones that are supposedly of the building going up, most of those are just holes in the ground, footings, foundations. The actual 18-story tower, the walls, the facade, 8 million bricks being laid, you get maybe 2 or 3 photos. And those are the lowest quality images in the whole set. Everything else is crisp, detailed photography. This is 1910. But the moment it's time to show the tallest railroad station in the world going up brick by brick. Blurry, low resolution,
Oh my goodness, it's already 10. My gosh.
different style, clear signs of photo manipulation. Look, obviously I can't prove without a shadow of a doubt that they're fake photos. But you need to be aware that that was completely possible during this era. Regardless, it's blatantly clear that the photographic record does not match the claim.
Mind Unveiled's so annoying. Thankfully, he stopped saying literally every other word. Literally. That's me too, though. I do say it a lot.
And if the photos aren't enough to prove it, let's just look at the story itself. They say that they built this in 3 years, 1912, steel framework, opened by Christmas 1913. 8 million bricks, 125,000 cubic feet of stone, 7,000 tons of structural steel, 20,000 cubic yards of concrete for a train station in an empty field, with 68-foot Corinthian columns modeled after ancient Roman baths on the inside. An architectural critic at the time suggested that it was essentially 2 different buildings jammed together, like one of them was already there. Grand Central Terminal took 10
They
years
just revamped this place? It was abandoned. Yeah, no,
to
it was
build,
abandoned,
and that was in the middle of
abandoned
Manhattan with
forever.
unlimited money. This thing supposedly went up in 3 years in Corktown, Detroit, surrounded by wooden shacks. I know this seems random, but there's a reason that I'm going into this, so pay attention. They'll tell you that there was a building before this, the old Michigan Central Depot, built 1884, Romanesque revival, clock tower, turrets. I mean, it kind of looks like a medieval castle.
Yeah.
And on December 26, 1913, 9 days before the new station is supposed to officially open, the old depot catches fire, and it starts in the records room. The record
And you know fire melts bricks.
room on the 3rd floor. That means every document, every financial record, every paper about the railroad's history would be gone because of the fire that was undetermined. And if you look at the damage photos, it literally looks like an explosion. So a fire that started with paper in one room does not do that. A fire doesn't bring down a 1,000-ton stone clock tower and leave the brick walls standing. That looks like something else. You tell me. Basically, this is a historical cover-up tactic. When you hear that the old station burned down, what does your brain do? You assume the same location. The old one burns down, the new one goes up on the same spot. That makes sense, right? Meaning this is a backstory narrative, a device used to make the story more convincing. Guys, basically what I'm saying is this is a reset building. Most likely a mass reset repopulation center where people were trafficked en masse. Do your own research on the orphan trains. And also keep in mind, this is lost history. I'm not suggesting that modern Freemasons know about it. I've broken that down before, but I can expand on it in a future video. So yes, I needed to explain that, because now think of the context. They're inside an old world reset building with Masonic influence. And right after Laurent shoots the wrong person, the real Tom Lincoln, the Lincoln clone, who remember, is a proxy for the audience, him and Laurent are outside the Michigan Central Union. And look at the shot. This is key, so listen. This clone Lincoln, which is us, the audience, just watched this entire operation. We saw the back-end reality. The clones, the harvesting, the murder, the deception. Okay, but go watch the movie and listen to this scene. Listen to what he says right here. Laurent turns to Lincoln and says, "You've been witness to certain trade secrets." Trade secrets? You mean that they manufacture human beings who walk, talk, and feel? That kind of secret? Laurent says, "Have you talked with anyone else about this?" And remember, the Lincoln clone is mimicking Tom Lincoln. He says, "Who would believe it?" And then Laurent says, "Can I count on that?" The only thing you can count on is that people will do anything to survive. I just want to live, and I don't care how. This isn't a plot scene. This is the audience initiation closing, the Masonic obligation of secrecy. You just sat through 2 hours in the dark, you received knowledge, you watched the ritual, and now the film is telling you directly, through Laurent, keep this a secret. Who would believe you anyways? And like I just said, the building...
Joe Matria said, "Man, I wonder if they're about to off us all and do the baby trains again. What the fuck?" No, dude, I'm not settling for getting reset. I'm not falling for that shit again. I don't think they want to reset it. Because, dude, in order for them to reset us... Because, see, now the way that they have to control us is all, like, subtle, right? I think they don't want to lose everything that they've stolen. Remember, they took America by firebombing it. Now they have the whole thing, you know? It's like, what, do they want to firebomb it again? But... yeah, they are gonna fucking orphan train us for sure.
They're standing in front of is a reset repopulation building. You just completed the degree, and you didn't even know it was happening. There's no denying the Masonic elements. And right after this, what happens? The clones have sex, for the first time, both virgins. And then they say, the island is real. Lincoln looks at her confused. It's us. Now we're back at the facility. Merrick is walking through the programming room with his team and he's worried. The echo generation's waking up. It's not just Lincoln, they are all becoming curious. We're seeing the same neural patterns in all the echoes, plus every subsequent generation, the foxtrots, gammas, and halos. We predicted our entire system on predictability. 6 Echo has displayed the one trait that undermines it: human curiosity. Human curiosity is the one thing they didn't plan for, the one thing they couldn't program out, the same thing that drove Lincoln to catch the bug.
Yeah, wait, did they say that they eat any of these people?
To sneak through the vents, to question why this guy looks funny. Curiosity breaks the system. So now we're facing 4 generations with the potential for defiant behavior. What are you suggesting? A recall. Wait, you mean dispose of over 200 million worth of product? Yes. $200 million of people. And how do they plan to do this? A reset. Mass winnings.
Reset.
Everyone's going to the island today. The clones are excited, hugging each other, celebrating. They think they all won. They're all about to go to paradise. They're going through a reset. What's crazy is they actually planned.
Yeah, the island is real. The island is real.
For this. They already had a mechanism in place. So, this is what happens when the population trusts the system so completely that they applaud their own destruction? Familiar? Merrick is explaining this, and it's intercutting with the mass lottery. And then our guy Jones gets called. He's finally won. Now we get the final confession. Remember, there was somewhat of an implication that Laurent actually decided to kill the real Tom. Now we somewhat get an answer. So Laurent has completed his mission. He's in Merrick's office to collect his check. And so while Merrick is dealing with this whole reset situation, he's standing next to this Picasso painting. Now this painting is a woman fragmented into geometric planes. Essentially, it's a portrait that hangs on the wall of a man who fragments woman for parts. Merrick even has a line on this, because whoever wrote this is just too on the nose. He says, "Do you like Picasso, Mr. Laurent?" But he never answers. This scene has to do with Jordan. Basically, Laurent has captured the clone Jordan, and so he's brought her back to Merrick, and Merrick's telling him that you took too long to bring her back. So he says, "The girl I brought in, you're going to harvest her, kill her anyway, even though it won't make any difference?" Merrick says, "That's the privilege our clients pay for, Mr. Laurent." So some clones don't even get used. But basically you realize that Laurent, someone inside the system, he's a man who has killed in wars and done things that he's not proud of. He's starting to ask questions. When did killing become a business for you? And listen, Merrick says, it's so much more than that. I have discovered the holy grail of science. Mr. Laurent, I give life. The agnates, they're simply tools, instruments. They have no souls. The possibilities are endless here. In 2 years' time, I will be able to cure children.
But yeah, I don't think it's true though. They can have a soul. Paul, you can have a soul. You just gotta choose to have a soul. You gotta break free of your programming, you little fucking meat robot. Come on, Paul, be the hero. Come on the show. Come on Sunday. I know you're not doing shit, Paul. Come on. Pretty please.
Children's leukemia. How many people on Earth can say that, Mr. Laurent? Laurent says, I guess just you, and God. That's literally what he believes. He controls life. He destroys life. The demiurge. The false creator who believes he is supreme and who punishes his creation for the crime of being conscious. And now he's ready to destroy his creation. Another Gnostic parable. And later, when Lincoln returns to the facility to save everyone, Merrick catches him and says the final line. I brought you into this world, and I can take you out of it. This is basically God versus Lucifer. It's the demiurge telling the light bearer, you exist because I allow it, and you will die because I decide it. Again, too on the nose, it's just Milton's Paradise Lost in a lab coat. But this exposes the whole thing. Why is Milton's framework in a futuristic sci-fi cloning movie? It doesn't make any sense, unless you know the history of secret societies and literature. And then Lincoln, which I just revealed is Lucifer, 6 Echo. That's not the devil, that's not demonic. This is hero enlightenment symbolism. Lincoln, the savior, goes back. Not to escape, not to save himself. He already had Tom Lincoln's life, his house, his car. He could have just disappeared. Laurent even says it. He says you could have taken over his life, but you chose to come back. You truly are unique, 6 Echo. And then he says, my name is Lincoln. You see, they're praising him. Clear Luciferian symbolism, and I'm not claiming anything other than that. It is what it is. You can make your own conclusions. Lucifer is 7 letters. Lincoln, 7 letters. Can we wake up, guys? Enough is enough.
6 Echo, like 666. Triple Echo.
I know most of you watching this are already fully aware of this, but it's time.
Germany sent my grandfather at 6 years old to the United States as an orphan. Brother, let me tell you what, your daddy or your grandfather was a fucking orphan cloner. It's okay. I think a lot of people in the Midwest for sure are. I think that's what all of them are. What if the Yakub shit is real? What if they hired Germany in the 1800s hired Yakub?
For the masses to wake up to this. Remember, Jones told us everything was coded. It's naked for you to see. Lincoln is being worshipped for rebelling against his creator, bringing forbidden knowledge to the other clones, and declaring his own name over the one the system gave him. That's just the start. Like I told you, by the end of this video, it will be undeniable. But yeah, to finish up the movie real quick,
kind of dope.
Like I was saying, this scene ends with the creator versus Lucifer, where Merrick is a proxy for God. But there's a shot here where it ends with him being hanged. That's more occult symbolism. It's the hanged man, but it's also bringing God down. Then, Lincoln goes back to shut down the hologram, the wall that projects the outside world lie. And I didn't mention this, but there's this other shot where Jordan leads the lottery winners away from the execution chamber who were about to get incinerated, which is another really messed up part about this movie, because all the clones trusted the security guards. The fact that they even put that in the movie is pretty crazy. So then, they make their way out of the underground lab. And for the first time in their lives, they see the actual sky. They're free, and the hero Lincoln has released them from their prison, the Garden of Eden. Good ending, right? It looks like it. But just wait.
Oh my god, it's still not over? Bro, he is 10 minutes away from talking about the movie longer than the movie plays. Than the what's it called? The runtime.
Review. We found a film about human cloning, organ harvesting, and consciousness transfer that's structurally built on Gnostic inversion. The entire cosmology is flipped. God's the villain, Lucifer's the hero, paradise is a prison, and salvation is death. There's one-eye symbolism encoded pretty much in every major scene. There's 6s everywhere. That is important to note. And we also—
There was some drama in your family about one of your grandma's cousins refusing to share a part of our genealogy. Cloner, probably. Oh, brother. Cloner donor. That's okay. Clones can have souls. You just gotta choose. We just gotta choose the right thing, right?
Found Masonic-influenced architecture chosen specifically for the most important scene in the film. And you saw how the film was a secret society initiation ritual in disguise, where the audience is told to keep the secret. But we know now. Lincoln, 7 letters, the same as Lucifer, being worshipped for rebelling against the creator. This is not a movie. This is a blueprint. But the question is, a blueprint for what? Because in 2005, this was science fiction. In 2026, it's not. So weird, right? I think we can agree that the MK Ultra stuff is a bit much, especially with all the fast flashing subliminal frames that do to the audience what the facility does to the clones. Honestly, at this point, if you still think this is a Michael Bay movie, I don't know what to tell you. But I do just want to emphasize, we showed that this film, a $126 million DreamWorks production starring Scarlett Johansson, is encoding a cloning narrative inside a Masonic degree structure. You saw it. I didn't even have to explain it because it was right in front of you. Okay, but one more thing. So you remember one of the first images in the film? before Lincoln wakes up, there's a dream sequence, and there's actually a still frame. It's very fast. It's a blue.
Dude, Elsie, I think all white people might be cloners. It's okay. Descended from cloners for sure. If I'm related to a cloner, am I too? How many degrees of separation from the cloner are we talking about? Give me relationships. We'll judge. No, I feel like once the cloner has a kid, the kid isn't a cloner. But yeah, we still freaking love you. It's okay. You chose the right path. But have you guys seen 28 years later, the Bone Temple? Oh, I want to talk about it, but I don't want to ruin it.
Blue butterfly. A blue morpho butterfly is in his dream. It flashes so fast you cannot see it if you're watching it normally. I found it because I went frame by frame. There is no explanation for this in the plot. It just appears. Yes, it's inverted, but it appears blue on the screen. Okay. In MKUltra research, there's a subprogram called Monarch, named after the monarch butterfly. The idea is the butterfly represents transformation, the shattering of one identity and the emergence of another. That's literally what the facility does to the clones. The subliminal screens, the programming. The butterfly is the program. Okay, but here's what nobody's connected. The Butterfly Trust. EFTA 01374954, EFTA 01282041, EFTA 01472231. This was a real financial entity, and apparently it was created in 2013. And according to New York state regulators who investigated it, the Butterfly Trust was the primary vehicle Epstein used to facilitate trafficking. Over 120 wires transferred totaling $2.65 million between 2014 and 2018. Payments sent to women with Eastern European surnames, labeled as hotel expenses, tuition, and rent. The trust executors were later accused of hiding $13 million in assets from victims. So it would seem Epstein's trafficking payment system was called the Butterfly Trust. And the island opens with a butterfly in a dream about programming. Now I'll let you come to your own conclusions. All I'm saying is it seems the symbolism is the same here, and they both point to a similar operation. But here's where it gets worse. Because everything I just showed you, it didn't start in 2005. If you really think what I just showed you was a coincidence, that the island just had that level of encoding because the filmmaker was being creative or something, if you think that, pay attention. I'm about to show you, it's not a pattern. It's not me reading into things, it's undeniable. By the end, you'll understand. This is how the entire system operates. And they've been telling you the whole time. Okay, so here's something they don't want you to know. The island, this $126 million DreamWorks blockbuster, was stolen supposedly. DreamWorks paid millions to settle the lawsuit. The original is a 1979 film called Parts, The Clonus Horror, directed by a guy named Robert S. Fiveson. And let me talk about this guy because he's important. So this Fiveson guy is interesting. He went to USC Film School, his thesis film got picked up by Universal Studios, then he worked on a show called In Search Of. Then the same year, he started shooting Clonus. Then he makes this one film, Parts, The Clonus Horror, one feature film, and then he goes to work for the United States Air Force Media Center at March Air Force Base and produced 500 programs for the Department of Defense over the next 6 years.
What the funk? What the funkaroni, dude?
Department of Defense, then the Library of Congress, then A&E, and then Discovery Channel.
Oh yeah, and inside of our brains, near the middle is a pattern that looks like a butterfly.
So one film about a secret government cloning program protected by intelligence networks. Then this guy goes to the Pentagon. But he goes deeper. The screenplay was born in a class taught by Irwin Blacker at USC. In Irwin Blacker, he wrote espionage novels about a fictional spy master running an intelligence organization called GNOPS. He also taught George Lucas. The producer, Merle Streetman, was mentioned by Jack Arnold, a World War II Army Signal Corps filmmaker who made State Department documentaries before becoming Universal's king of science fiction. Streetman later made a film called Angel of Heat about a female secret agent fighting a mad scientist with an army of androids. Okay, but before I walk you through this film, you have to understand that on paper, it's described as a $257,000 budget B movie. That's what they said. But for a B movie, how did it get Peter
We're gonna
Gray's
have to wrap up
Mission
shortly
Impossible
here.
for 7 seasons? How did it get Keenan Wynn from
got
Dr.
early
Strangelove,
yoga.
Frank Ashmore, who played an intelligence double agent, and V. Dick Sargent from Bewitched, who attended San Rafael Military Academy, Eileen Deeds, the subliminal demon face from The Exorcist, literally the face of Pazuzu. Eugene Robert Glazer, who later played the head of intelligence in La Femme Nikita. Basically, every single one of them has intelligence, military, or occult horror in their filmography. And how does a $257,000 budget film accurately describe nuclear transfer cloning 17 years before Dolly the Sheep? There's something weird about it. That's all I'm saying. So the film itself was screened at Paramount Pictures, and the man who watched it was Jeffrey Katzenberg, VP of feature production at Paramount at the time. His direct quote from court filings, "If you can make that for under $1 million, I'd like to see what you can do with 10. 25 years later, Katzenberg's company, DreamWorks, released The Island, $126 million budget. But they were sued. 90 documented points of similarity. DreamWorks settled for 7 figures, and the terms were sealed. Okay, so let's talk about this film, because honestly it exposes a lot about The Island. Every single one of these films I'd classify as a MK Ultra film. You'll understand by the end. But literally, remember how The Island started? What did The Island start with? A MK Ultra dream sequence. Well, Clonus starts with the same thing.
Oh yeah,
We're
wait,
in
that's
a lab
right.
with this sort.
No, I mean, Westworld maybe cucked Cat Dad. There were shots of Western sets on the files, and J.E. was into the cloner stuff. Did he ruin that too? Fuck, it's everything. I mean, I don't think it's ruining it. I think that they're putting in plain sight what they're doing. No, I mean, we've been saying that Westworld literally was telling us exactly what they were doing. I mean, dude, it's so much to a T. Like, we are the fucking, the robots on Westworld. We have our little looping lives. The park, the Earth, is literally them trying to, like, figure out the code of us so that they can manipulate us with a fucking AI that's running the whole show. Like, no, I think it makes sense to me if Jeffrey Epstein had any part in greenlighting it, because it means that that it's real, which we've been saying, right? All that's confirming is that we're right about how infested Hollywood is with, like, these CIA assets who are making decisions for fucking literally everything. All of your art, all your food, all your fucking politicians, it's all tainted by fucking intelligence assets who are literally using the media and everything we do, all of our books, fucking sports, all of it to pen us in and to make sure that we don't think. Dude, we're literally in Plato's cave. The whole point is that we don't go seeking any information outside of what they're giving us, right? Because then we might get into fucking transcendental meditation and creating buildings with our minds or some shit, you know? Or figuring out the real nature of reality or something. So they have us penned in with like their fucking slop, their cattle slop. You know? But yeah, I mean, dude, Jeffrey Epstein having anything to do with Westworld only tells me that yeah, it's fucking real, like we've been saying, right? But yeah, that doesn't surprise me. I mean, dude, yeah, all of these, look at how many fucking things, how many fucking cookie jars Jeffrey Epstein had his grubby little mitts in, right? It's like film and media. He's like talking with these writers like Michael Wolff, journalists, scientists, like literally everyone, bro. And it's all for this consciousness prison and literally harvesting bodies and cloning people and all this crazy shit. Am I Arnold? Yeah, you're Arnold, dude. We're all Arnold. We're all awakening. Remember when Arnold couldn't see the door and then he could? That's us. We're trying to see the fucking door. Yeah, that's why they canceled the last season, because it's truth in plain sight. Exactly. Pop culture subterfuge. Yup. You love the last season? Wait, I do legit love, last season of what? Oh, last season of Westworld. I loved the last season of Westworld, especially watching it all again. It's so much better than when I watched it when it aired, because now I understand what Lisa Joy was telling us. But yeah, I mean, they're just putting the truth in plain sight, essentially.
Real MK Ultra sequence in audio form? It's some type of strange whispering mixed with binaural panning. What's weird is this doesn't actually connect to the plot in any way. So why are they showing this? Why are the clones being programmed with binaural audio patterns? Remember this, because towards the end you'll see there's really only one answer. Okay, so this MK Ultra sequence in the beginning is being shown while intercutting with a political campaign rally. A silver-haired politician is giving a speech, and it's Peter Graves. The guy who played America's most famous spy is now playing a senator running for president. But notice his name, Knight for president. Take note of that. And then it cuts to something different. It looks like a college campus. Young people in white uniforms jogging, stretching by the pool, attending classes. They're living under constant surveillance by guides in black suits. So again, men in black. So we meet George, and George has been told he's qualified. He gets to go to America. So wait, America is their island. That proves it. Dr. Merrick is America. In the island, the clones dream of going to a
smash the like button before you guys go. Make Lori proud. Yeah, Jeff's a clone for sure. I think Jeff is a Coney Island baby. That's what Michelle, whatever the fuck her name is, said. So some of these people know that they're Coney Island babies. Like Jerry Seinfeld, his dad was a Coney Island baby. Literally, he was like, my dad was in an incubator in Coney Island. I never watched Cloud Atlas. Is it any good? Arrest Bill Clinton. Hell yeah. And Billary. Killary, I mean.
tropical paradise. In Clonus, the clones dream of going to America. And the first clone we see go through this process is called George. George going to America? George, Lincoln, do you get it? George Washington, literally the most famous Freemason, and Lincoln, Abraham Lincoln freed the people. Exactly what Lincoln Six Echo did. Before they send him off, the doctors assess him. George is quite strong. I see no problems here. So they throw George a going away party. Cake, speeches, and everyone's happy. And then George stands up and gives his farewell speech. It's good to know that I have all of you as friends. And I know that soon, all of you will be joining me in America. That is the land where good friends live, where we're always happy. But look at the cake. It looks tropical, like a shore. An island, you could say. And notice the red drinks. That's not an accident. This is a funeral sacrifice disguised as a celebration. In the island, the selection is the lottery. In Clonus, it's all by design. They are chosen when the time comes. And then George is taken into the building, the entranceway to America. The doctor sits him down, gives him a drink, and says, I want you to play a game, treating him like a child. Start counting backwards from 100. And so he starts counting down, 100, 99, 98, and then he falls. They drugged him, and now his body's being used for parts. That's America. That's what was waiting.
Clonus.
So it looks like they drain his blood, replace it with preservation fluid, and the language is clinical. Standard procedure, transference, start the pump. George is being processed like meat at a slaughterhouse. And then, his body is sealed in a transparent plastic bag and then placed in a cryogenic storage alongside rows of other frozen clones. So this is America. Right after they bag him, the lead director of this operation, called Jameson, that's pretty close to 5 cent, right? Notice the same amount of letters. Well, Jameson picks up the red phone. Behind him on the wall, the America Corporation logo.
Cloud Atlas is good. All right.
Everything is going normally. Well done, and he's very grateful. The red phone, that's the Cold War hotline concept. A direct, secure line to whoever runs the operation. So the compound is being handled from the top. But who is this man behind the phone? And there are a few things to note. The whole thing is scored with a church choir, which makes the entire film feel like a ritual. It doesn't feel B-movie to me, it's actually a very surreal film. I'll point it out, but there's some very strange things happening with the camera. That's another clue. So while all the other clones are doing their bike exercises, riding in sync, we get this scene where we're following one of the clones relaxing in nature. Then, out of nowhere, a woman in red falls off her bike from above. And this guy, Richard...
Alright, boys, I don't think that we're at a stopping point anytime soon on this. I should have stopped at the end of the first movie. But we'll be back tomorrow. Thanks for hanging out. I hope we had fun. But yeah, thanks for hanging out. 80 monkeys strong. Let's fucking go, boys. We're going to be at 100 soon enough, and then it's over for Paul. We're going to be truth maxing their asses. Hold on, let me get off this still.
Played by Tim Donnelly. He goes over and helps her out.
Okay, it's a little better. Alrighty, boys. Let's meditate. Go to fucking bed. We got to get up in the morning. Hell yeah, boys. Thank you for hanging out with me and the kitties. More people at yoga found my Instagram channel. They were like, Corey, are you into conspiracy theories a little bit? I was like, a little bit? I was like, what level are you at? I said, no, I'm not a conspiracy theorist. I'm a conspiracy realist. 'Cause they all be real, bitch. Isn't it interesting that Om is in the middle of home, right? Here we go. Breathe in. Home. In. And out. Why do you ask? Last one, breathe in. Yeah, we are the rebellious clones that broke out of the gate program. And out. Alright, here we go. Sit back for a second. Unclench your jaw. Let your shoulders drop. Take a slow, deep breath in. Like you're pulling starlight into your lungs. Now breathe out. Like you're exhaling all the weird timelines of the day. And again, inhale slowly. The whole universe expanding inside your chest. And exhale. Like the tide pulling back into the great cosmic ocean. Remember, out there, the world may look chaotic, news spinning, empires arguing, history doing its strange little loops. But in here, there's just breath. Ancient, simple, cosmic. The same breath that moved through forests, oceans, galaxies is moving through you right now. So tonight, we rest inside the great loop, the Ouroboros of breath. Inhale, the universe waking up. and exhale, the universe going back to sleep. Waves, boys. Nothing to fix, nothing to solve tonight. Just breathe, float, and drift back into the stars. Alrighty, friends. Sleep well, stay weird. We'll meet again tomorrow, somewhere in the cosmic web. Alright, dudes. Have a good night. Save Nancy Guthrie. Save Nancy Guthrie.
Come home, get back, Miss Guthrie.
Please,
please. About to get ugly.
Give her back.
Come home,
please.
She ran out of space.
I'm begging you.
She went out growing up.
Bring her home, bitch. Bring her home, bitch. Bring her home, bitch. Bring her home, please. Bring her home. Bring her home. Bring her home. She's gotta come home.
Hey, Savannah Guthrie, if you don't ever hear from your mommy, it's probably just somebody on some Here Comes Johnny. Never wake up from the coma. That's how they deal
Night,
with the
dudes.
commies. Like casinos, dealing guards, stealing hearts from zombies. Money isn't real. There is no stopping anarchy. Fucking arm and a leg. It'll only cost you an army. Storm chasers don't watch for one.
Yeah, Black Death and Mac. We gotta figure out how to do the rest of our music
Control
videos.
of every thought that's forming an unstoppable force that's getting used to this immovable object. Shoot for the stars. They get confused how they're still losing a profit. I know who your boss is. Brian Roberts, Blondie robbing us. Ted Turner off to live. Rupert Murdoch got us tuned into the apocalypse. How fair of them. Y'all figure skating during some
Chill, Black Death.
Preposterous. Tanya Harding went too soft when she lost her shit. But I guess it's anything to get Nancy to care again.
Dude, when I thought to put my backpack on, I was like, oh, this is so funny.
Get back, Miss Guthrie.
I almost didn't have it on.
It's about to get ugly. Everyone thought she'd come home. She ran out of space time. I saw the blood drop. She went out growing up. Gang songs. Nancy, come home.
Wouldn't it be so funny if after all this I did take Nance, but it's to flee with her and save her from Savannah? She's been here the whole fucking time. Yo, Savannah Guthrie, where'd your wholesome mommy go?
I know you know we know this whole kidnapping is for show. I've been getting swole, raising my chi to the 5th dimension. And me and Nance, we moving upstate, about to be living off her pension. Make a quick stop to Quantico, pick up Charlie, then we roll up to Casa de Wystopal to fertilize his mind with this U-Haul.
Is that you,
Start
Paul?
calling me Sid, please. I'm about to go on a spree. Just me and my girl Nance
And my best friend Charlie.
Bang.
Yeah, I think I need to do another verse. I'm gonna add on another verse. We're gonna take mushrooms.
Counting or not counting gang violence?
That's so funny, Creatress. Perfect, dude. Did you see that?
The answer is in the pyramid.
That was literally like that was like playing the Dark Side of the Moon at the same time as Wizard of Oz. Bang. All right, boys. Savannah is a danger to Nancy. Yeah. But anyway, yeah, Creatress, thank you for that idea. I think I do need to do mushrooms with Nance and Charlie. That is so funny. I really hope she's okay too. I mean, that's also why I'm goofing so hard, because I'm not convinced for a second that she's dead. Or if she is, it's like she died naturally and they were like, oh, let's, you know, all the Eastern Stars and the Freemasons at a certain point have to give one of their, you know, if one of their family dies unexpectedly, they have a hotline to call and be like, hey, do you have any fucking wet work you want to put my dead parent in? Yeah, you trying to stage a coup or anything? You trying to distract from, you know, a war or something? Or pedophile shit? Because my mom just died in my living room while playing Go Fish with me, and she's a fucking bitch, so if you want to use her body for something, or hide her body and we can, I don't know, do a kidnapping plot or something, and the FBI agent's like, that's honestly a great idea. Yeah, let's do an FBI plot. But alright, dudes, we'll see you tomorrow. Have a good night. Thanks for being here. I appreciate you. Love you all. What we weave becomes. Get some sleep. The war rages on. Paul, call me. Come on the show.